Hello everyone! Right. So. Hello. I've had to change the room around a bit because, well, the boxes are taking over. The boxes are now stacked up quite high and quite deep. There's, let's see. Hang on, there's 4 at the front. There's another 4 behind them, so there's 8 in there. 8 down there. Yeah, there's about 16 boxes in here, and I'm halfway through packing up this room, I think. Maybe at best. So, yeah, slightly change of angles, and once I've got everything in boxes, it'll probably go back to its slightly previous format, but we'll see. And what else was I going to say? Yes, as we started last week, I am going to start this off by saying this is a live. I'm going to be interacting with the chat. I am going to have to... I basically decided from now on with all lives I'm going to have to do that because, as said the first time I did this, some people really don't like me interacting with the chat in lives. And so if you really don't like someone interacting with the chat during a live, i.e. running what I would call a seminar-style discussion, then might I suggest you wait for the Long Patrol. The Long Patrol will come out in not this Saturday, but next Saturday. They always come out the Saturday a week after. That's the new process we've got. Okay, so thank you very much for watching. If you don't like lives, if you don't like interaction with the chat, there's that. I'm also going to say this. I'm going to do the introduction, and then I'm going to disappear for a couple of minutes, or rather I'm going to keep a bit quiet for a couple of minutes. I'm going to offer a bit of commentary, reply to some questions in the chat, but the reason is I'm going to put on a video for you all, which so far I have uploaded to YouTube on a hidden system, i.e. it's not public, and it's been fine. But I want to play it for you before I get into this video because it's 8 minutes of the USS Akron actually flying. Now I might not give you the full 8 minutes, but I might leave you the full 8 minutes if you're enjoying it. In which case there's not going to be much of me talking in those 8 minutes. There's just going to be me showing you the video and doing a little bit of commentary from behind it. So, just giving you a heads up, that's going to come up, and that will probably come up before between this slide and me doing the shameless book plug. So, hello everyone, how are we all doing today? Let's move this camera a little bit to the side. I know some of you don't like me doing this, but this is literally being modified as we go to make sure it fits with how I can actually sit in this room, because normally I sit about here, directly in line of these lovely boxes. But at the moment, they hit me in the back if I sit there. So I can't do that. Let's angle this up a bit. See if that's okay. And then just update the preset free. Now when I go back, yeah, I'm still in the camera. That's good. So hello everyone. Hello Sen Penguins. Hello Peter Dawson. Hello Mark Harkness. Hello John Shea. Hello Paul Amos. Hello Night681. Hello Alistair Crow. Hello Jacob. Hello Stephen Richards. Hello David Goulding. Hello DG40. Hello Raptorat. Hello Michael Anderson. Hello to Wisconsin. Like myself, did you see the Defense Channel article that came a few years ago about the UK getting a third carrier? Yes, I did, and I caused some trouble with that because I actually retweeted it, and some people didn't think it was an April Fool's. I mean, seriously, I didn't. There was one poor American gentleman who I just didn't respond to because he'd taken it very seriously, come with all sorts of points, and this is not even poor Trent Telenko, who was also taken in, and I do feel for him. The amount of why this happens every year, April Fool's Day. Why is it so many Americans get taken in by British April Fool's jokes? I don't know. April Fool's is a thing in America as well, I'm told. So why is it that people turn around and don't expect the British to get involved? I mean, I didn't do an April Fool's video this year because, frankly, I was too busy with a move. But I watched some of the responses to Drax's video and was going, oh my lord, did you really believe that? Night Signatory 1, I would like to say, before you start jumping ahead to the end, I've going to work through to hold the video. So whilst you're asking questions about right at the end, I'm not going to answer them yet, because they're out of sync with the whole rest of the discussion coming in. There's a whole discussion to get through. Yeah, the third carrier April Fool has been used for many years and works almost every year. It's April the 1st for us. So, USS Akron, the world's first purpose-built flying aircraft carrier. Now, this airship is actually a bit cool, because every few years you get people bringing up the idea of airships being used for heavy lift, all sorts of scenarios. And there's one thing I want to delete before we get started. Akron had helium, not hydrogen. Okay? Because the amount of websites while I was doing research said, well, what we think happened, the secret mystery of Akron, her hydrogen ignited, what they've tried to hide. No, she had helium. It was very expensive for them to get. Very expensive for them to make, but they preferred helium. For a reason. It made the aircraft carrier bit work. So, basically, the US Navy is having trouble trying to deal with the reconnaissance issue of the Pacific. They really are having trouble with it. The Royal Navy, of course, is going, well, we've got a plethora of carriers, and we're building up that sort of scenario. The Americans are trying everything else, as well as that, other than a plethora of carriers. And one of their ideas, from the Bureau of Aeronautics, is airships. And it starts off with the airships being carriers, actually doing the reconnaissance and looking for things themselves, and them having some parasite craft as sort of extras. And then it turns into them actually hanging back out of the fire zone, out of the threat area, and using the aircraft to go search. Now, in the middle, there is something else, which I'm going to be talking about in a second. And all I have to say is, for anyone who actually went in them, I have a new definition of heroism that is almost, but not quite the same as flying into Taranto Harbour waist deep in aviation fuel, but it is certainly getting close to it, if not equal to it. And the only reason I say it's not equal to it is because one is a certainty of a fiery death, the other one is just a certainty of a death. There is a difference in that in my mind, in terms of the pain scenario. See, Richards, I'm showing my grandson a picture of Hal going through the Panama Canal. Can he ask a question? Yes. There's special permission for 5-year-olds. Hey, Robert Dennett. In all clear crew, the free credits class are actually built as oversized, well-balanced cruisers. They got them grandfathered into the Washington Naval Treaty, I presume? Mm-hmm. Thank you, Bijan. Robert Dennett, membership for 2 months. Ooh. I'm waiting for the rest of the question from Rod Dent. Yeah, they are an absolutely fascinating Akron and Macron. They are absolutely fascinating. And the fact that Macron is so much lighter than Akron is just interesting. No, the Americans were very... Well, there's a reason they wouldn't sell the helium for the Hindenburg to the Hindenburg. It's actually very difficult to produce helium, and they were maxing out their production of helium to support their own airships. It's not spare. This is the problem. People go, well, yeah, they could have sold it to them. Yes, they could, but then they wouldn't have been able to use their own airships. And they got first dibs on it. What should they do? Instead, they convert both renowned classes air carriers instead and build Nelsons as fast capital ships. How does this impact Royal Navy doctrine and fleet plans going World War II? I assume they lean more Alpha Strike heavy? Probably not. And you have to remember, the reason the British make the choice to go the way they do go is they do actually have strike carriers. This is what Courageous and Glorious are. That's basically the role they fulfill. They have 30-knot ships. So is Furious, a 30-knot ship. They are strike carriers for the Royal Navy. Not as heavily strike carriers as the American ones, because they're conversions on smaller, not as good hulls. But honestly, it's the reason the Royal Navy goes the way they do go, which is not the alpha strike, but a rat-a-tat-a-tat, sort of the constant operation methodology, is because of the South China Sea and the Mediterranean. They literally have maps of those areas. The Royal Air Force provides the map of the aerodrome coverage of the Mediterranean. The Royal Navy finds that the Royal Air Force can't provide one for the South China Sea, so they go and make one themselves. And pretty much they look and decide that going up in those two areas, their presumption is that the Japanese will push south into Chinese territory and maybe even other territory, and they could well be having to deal with air threats going up in that scenario. So that's what where they think they're going to be going straight into enemy air operations and heavy air operations, they prefer to have a constant operation. And basically, the Americans, the primary thing for them is always the fleet battle scenario. The British is always has to be the fleet battle mixed with the battling land-based air scenario. And Macron sounds like bacon. Okay, that's better than Macron. I'm not sure why I said Macron earlier. We'll leave that to one side. And so if we go back sort of to the question, it's a case of fleets. The British are looking at it. They're going, right then. In the Atlantic, it's going to be Alpha Strike fleet actions. Who's that against? It's the Americans. That's an unlikely scenario. Us actually having a war versus the Americans is highly unlikely because our politicians love jaw-jawing with their politicians far too much to allow war to interfere with it. They allow posturing and arguing far too much. If war actually breaks out and something seriously gone wrong, we're going to see that one coming. So we'll not worry about that scenario too much. We'll have a plan for it, but we have a plan for everything. Unlike today, where they don't seem to give them enough money to have them planning for anything. But we'll leave that to one side. But the whole thing is, you then move from that and go, well, what are we doing elsewhere? What are we doing with other options? I'd also say, if you are turning Renown and Repulse, which are already in service, into aircraft carriers, into that scenario, then that's tonnage which is going to come off the tonnage used in the Washington Treaty, which means the Royal Navy would have enough tonnage definitely to get a third, maybe even push for a fourth Nelrod class. So if they'd be going for 4, or they could potentially getting 4 of them. So they probably possibly chuck in Tiger as well, being got rid of. And Tiger's actually heavier than displaces more stand displacement than Renown and Repulse, which usually causes fun. So I'm sure someone's going to go check that. Please do, but yes. Anyway, as said, this is a rather interesting topic, and well, I'm going to start off by disappearing for a second and putting up a video. And this is what the subject of today's video is. This is the USS Akron. She looks good, doesn't she? That's the other thing you have to think about blimps. Or rather large airships. They do look good. They do look really, really good. Now, I'm fairly sure these pictures were taken from an airplane. I'm not sure. There was a dispute whether the videography came from a US Navy aircraft or something else. I think it's probably... I would say I'm tempted to think it's a US Navy aircraft, but it could have been a civilian one. But it is US Navy footage. And this footage, again, I should have the link down below. I will go and check if I do have the link down below. If I don't have the link down below, I'm going to be annoyed. But this is of her operating over the Chesapeake Bay in early 1932. And just look at those operations. Look at it. It is a gorgeous looking large aircraft. You can see here quite interesting the aft control position in the tail. That's the aft control position. And as you go along, you can see the areas where they have the water reclamation system we're discussing in a second, and of course the forward gondola. This is her coming land. It's roughly 8 minutes long, and we're roughly the 3-minute part. Would the original be more accurate description? Probably. Don't do anything. If flying aircraft goes to displace no water, do they count towards tree limits? No, they wouldn't count towards tree limits. A Renown would be larger than a Courageous, so it would have it would have a capacity for more aircraft, but and it's slightly faster than the Courageous. But honestly, how would it perform as a carrier versus a Courageous? Not much different. Slightly better armored, slightly better protected, slightly bigger. I think this was her commanding officer at the time. But Renown and Repulse both have a starting weight of 26,500 tons on the standard displacement. So, whilst you're losing weight for some of the things, you're going to be gaining weight in other areas. It would be interesting, let's put it this way. But their standard displacement is already larger than Courageous and Glorious's. That's her making contact. And mooring. And missing. I think she was heading in to be moored nights ago for one, so I don't think you can really claim she has a habit of nosing down. A habit on descent to be nosing down. That was what she was supposed to be doing at that point. And her whole problem is when she crashes, she ends up hitting stern first, but there's all sorts of issues. She's already had to release a lot of ballast and all sorts of things. Hello, Frank Baumer. Now you can recognise Moffat in this photo. He was a big, larger-than-life character in many, many ways. Much larger-than-life character in many, many ways in that one scenario. I'm glad I don't let the ads thing work. I'm also glad I haven't had to shrink this down to not avoid trouble with YouTube. definitely beautiful. And this is actually, these are pictures taken from it aboard. Certainly a serene way to travel. It is some great videos from the USN, and I'm gonna play it right to the end because it's got literally a minute to go, and I think it's been pretty cool. I watched it through myself a couple of times before making a decision, and as said, I tried to check YouTube whether this video would end up being claimed by anyone else, whether I'd end up having a small fight over it or anything else, because as you know, my copyright is every historian on YouTube's fear and annoyance, and so nothing's come up, and it's officially listed as being completely public domain, and its original publication date was February 1931, so theoretically it should be fine. Oh, it's not trouble YouTube per se, it's because people like to, let's say a news broadcast use this footage in let's say they used it for the 90th anniversary in 2021, and they use this footage. They then copyright their broadcast, and as such this footage would get copyrighted, and according to YouTube this footage would then belong to them, and I couldn't publish it using it. Where of course the reality is this is the original footage from 1931 and everyone can use it. Hello again, we are back. I will make sure that's stopped, and I'll bring up this. So yeah, it's fun time sometimes using footage. This is why I don't use footage that often, because Drac, Jamie, all those colleagues of mine get into some trouble. I did this in the so you want to be a naval YouTube historian video. It just causes absolute stress, and I kid you not, we have a WhatsApp support group. We quite literally have a WhatsApp support group, and I do not understand how I qualify to be with the greats that are on there of YouTube history. I really don't. They have far more subscribers than me, and they are far braver than me, because they do videos and pictures like that on a regular basis, and I do the YouTube equivalent of Chalk and Talk, which is PowerPoint slide and chat. Yeah, it has fun. No, maybe they would survive better the events that sunk Courageous, but no, neither. Renown and Repulse wouldn't do better than Glorious. Anyway, right then, into today's main discussion quickly. First off, shameless book plug. As you all know, books matter. There are books coming out, are going to come out once I'm relocated, and honestly, once we're through the move, look, if anyone has some tips for how to get a lawyer to work more quickly and still deliver higher quality, I would like to hear them right now, because whilst I'm very happy with our lawyer, please note I like them, they're doing a very good job, I just live currently with two absolute stress balls who are alternatively worrying about, we're going to lose the house we're going to lose the loan we've agreed, or everything, because of the time it's taking to make sure all the paperwork's done correctly. So any tips or anything else that might work and help in a situation be really, really useful, because they're currently to the level they're stressing the dogs out. And I'm not getting my peaceful nights anymore. The joy of being an insomniac is everyone else is asleep and I have the night to myself. I have them instead busting in on me at about 4 AM in the morning, worried and stressed about things. It's really getting in the way of my gaming time. Seriously. Yes, there was Moffat in that video. And don't worry, we're getting a picture of him in a bit. So, with that much in process, shameless book plug. Thank you. And thank you for everyone who's already done super chats and who does super thanks and all those things on this channel. any interaction with the channel, chatting away in the chat, doing comments, doing all sorts of things helps with the algorithm. But B, at the moment, the sheer amount of money that's going out my account for various things to do with the move is beyond belief. This is before we get to the fact that I'm currently working out whether I should buy a blow-up airbed to see me through the short term when I get down there, or whether I should just take the expense, buy the proper bed, max out my credit card again, and hope I manage to pay off a chunk of it before I go away to Sweden, which we hopefully are doing in a bit, or Scandinavia, with shipshape, with all that sorted out, and that's going to be sorted out. I'm still working that one out, because, yeah, that's fun. It's all fun. It's all the joys. Let's get into this. So, what I wanted to start off with was, I wanted to start off with a book. Okay, give me a second to find the book. It was on one of the piles, but I have moved things around. Roll my... I can hear the carry-on music. I can always hear the carry-on music. Yeah, that one. There we go. There we go. My cooch, why can't I take my current bed with me? Two reasons. One, it's a single bed in this house, and which I can barely fit in. And two, in a few years ago when we had an electrician in on this house, they managed to drill through the wall and drill into my bed, which has absolutely crippled a corner of it. So I've been planning to get a new bed for ages. There is no way I'm taking that bed with me to a new house. There is no circumstance I take that bed with me. Under any circumstance, I'm not taking that bed anywhere with me. Because the trouble is with me, I don't know if you've all noticed about this, but I tend to spend my money on books rather than other things like clothes or beds. And as a result, unless I force myself to get myself a new bed, I will continue to sleep in a bed which has a habit of rocking and go, because I'll go, well, I could do it this month, but I'll buy a book instead. Lawyer tip. Look, in the nicest way, she's making them cry anyway. I'm not letting her get too close. That is Admiral Moffat in that video. Send penguins. I agree with you, but I'm not letting that through because little cousins are watching, and I know they're watching tonight's video. And if I teach them that, if they learn that word from this chat, I will get killed. Remember, only boy in 40 cousins. I'm outgunned, outnumbered, and outvoted. So, no, that's not coming through. Remove. Okay. So, yes. There. Yeah. Hammock. I actually have a hammock. I am going to be taking that down with me. That could well be my temporary bed. Quote from my solicitor. I won't say the seller's solicitor is incompetent, but I will say she's at least... Look, I'm not going to give you what our solicitor's been saying about certain other people involved in this process. It's still ongoing. Once it's over, then we will discuss it. So, the thing is, the reason I like this book is that it starts off, and it's the Guide to US Navy Aircraft since 1911. Now, I have to admit, before anyone gets too excited, it does stop as a guide in 1976. So it's 1911 to 1976. Thank you, Vision. You won't need the bed. How did you fit a fluffin? Look, in the nicest way, I'm not saying I always get to sleep in the bed, Stephen Richards. Sometimes the dogs take over. Mm. So, yeah, actually, hang on. A hammock would be good. That would save space and more space for books. And I already have the hammock. No. No, I will get a new bed. So, the US Navy basically decides that the German Zeppelins were a success in World War One. I'd just like to quickly ask a small poll in the chat. And, yeah, so there's now a poll live, and I want you to consider whether they actually were right in this. Yes, in RTW3. Yeah. Bookshelves or hammock hooks? Don't get me started. And basically, they believe it's a good idea. They believe Zeppelins are a good idea. The fact that the British captured several Zeppelins relatively intact meant that both Britain and America had a nice starting point to look at them and go, what shall we do? Interestingly enough, I have this book, which is called British Naval Aircraft since 1912. And I immediately looked to it and went, okay, well, there is going to be a section at the back here which is going to be devoted to rigid airships. There's going to be a section. And, sir, there is. And then I looked at them and I looked at the rigid airships, and it's R9, which is 1917. R23, which is 1918. R24, which is 1917. And basically, the moment you have the Royal Naval Air Service become part of the fleet, become part of the Royal Air Force, we can almost be very, very happy because someone, somewhere, killed them off. Thank you, Leslie Mitchell. First ever super chat. Thank you, Paul Amos. That's sort of that's the scenario. The Royal Air Force, for all it's good or ill, did something good. They killed them off. But the US Navy carried on, and most of you seem to be going quite heavily for the Zeppelins in World War One. What? Anyway, the US Navy had 5 rigid airships, of which 3 were American built. The first one ready for service was ZR2, which was built in England as R38. It was destroyed on a test flight prior to delivery. Then there's ZR3, which, well, is kind of like ZR2. And then there's ZR1, which was the USS Shenandoah. Yeah. Okay. I would like to point out that the only one which got scrapped that got scrapped seems to successfully, and didn't smash itself up, seems to be ZR3. I'm looking through the results for ZR2. It might have also. No, it didn't. It didn't. Did it? It didn't. ZR1 definitely had issues. And as said too, ZR2 crashed. At one point, and this is to the point again about the earlier discussion about helium for the Germans. To save weight, prevent loss of still rare and costly helium, 7 of the 15 maneuvering valves and 10 of the 18 automatic gas valves were removed from ZR1. That reduced gas loss rate permitted cells to burst when the ship was carried above its pressure altitude in the storm, and that's why it probably had the issues. It had the issues it did. And this period, the Navy had both the period of the Navy had both the ZR1 and ZR3. Helium was in such short supply that both ships could not be operated at the same time. It was necessary to deflate one and transfer its helium to the other. So when the US goes to the Germans, no, we can't give you helium for your airship, it's not because of them being evil or nasty or not being begrudging the Germans. It's literally they aren't able to produce that much helium. Like when World War I, when the Royal Naval Air Corps started shooting Zeppelins down. Well, that was an interesting period. I'm going to end the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is always interesting. Can you talk about ZRCV? Not yet. We might talk about newer things later on. USS Akron, Shenandoah, and it's Macon. It's like bacon. It's not Macron. It's Macon. Nights ago, when I made a mistake earlier myself. All crashed. Yes. Dawson, no ship was lost in a convoy escorted by a blimp. How many convoys were actually escorted by a blimp? I'm just hiding that on point of principle, Richards. How is helium produced? Okay, so there are various methods approached from to manufacture helium. But mostly when we're manufacturing it these days, we're using various chemical reactions to try and extract it. And it's basically often trying to get it off from different classes of gas. In the 1920s, it was thanks to the sheer amount of quantities of helium concentrated in the American Great Plains as part of the natural gas that was already stored in the Great Plains that they were able to extract the helium from the natural gas. And that's why they became such a massive helium supply. They were able to do so much helium. I'm also going to, at some point in this video, talk about the Naval Aircraft Factory and the vessel they built, the Shenandoah. But that's going to be that's a future key aircraft video, I think. Now, honestly, with the thing of helium, you can make it, but it's it's better to extract it from natural gas, etc. It's far easier, but you can actually make it now. And the reason I say that is because there was a process Oh, what was that I was reading about? It is quite naturally abundant anyway, which is quite helpful. But yeah, there is a methodology of extraction of manufacturing it now as well. Sorry, I was reading this about 2 weeks ago, and I'm trying to remember. I will look it up, and if I can distill it into something which I can understand, I'll put it into the video, into the Long Patrol video about making helium. But helium, as a rule, more of standard is separated from natural gas, especially in this period. It's the helium they manufacture artificially is used for something specific. Oh, what is it used for? Yeah, that's completely off topic. I'm not going to go into that because that's going quite a long way. What was the other gas they used? Hydrogen. They preferred not to use here. The US Navy didn't like to use hydrogen. And that was also part of the problem with, I think, with ZR2. It was designed for hydrogen and they used helium. That's part of its problems. So, as said, this is a nice, pretty nice summary of this aircraft. And one of the interesting things that comes up here is it's built sort of. It's a design competition is announced, and it's the Goodyear Zeppelin Corporation of Akron, Ohio, which wins. And they get the order 1928 order for construction of these ships. So this is being built in 1928. This is 10 years after World War I is over. Akron and Macon. Goodyear Zeppelin is, of course, a subsidiary of Goodyear Tire and Rubber Factory Company. And the original German Zeppelin firm. Now, interesting enough, these power plants have some very interesting things in them. They also have, that allowed them to also do some interesting water recovery stuff. It's quite an interesting power generation system. More interesting enough, the design allowed for a 60-foot by 75-foot hangar for 4 to 5 small scout or fighter type aircraft. Now, that's a pretty cool aircraft a system. And they could be brought aboard in flight by means of a retractable trapeze assembly beneath the airship that was engaged by a hook on the airplane. So, the interesting thing is, when people start to talk about skyhook systems for Sea Harriers and things like that could have been used, they're basing a lot of their ideas off the systems which were developed for Akron and Macon. Yeah, it's got parasite aircraft. Aircraft carry aircraft? Mm-hmm. No, usually what's explosive is the other stuff within the hydrogen. That's the problem, okay? Think about it this way. Think about it. If you're filling up the space with helium, that's not explosive. Or it doesn't burn. So it doesn't pass the fire on from, let's say, section to section. You can't set helium alight. So you're not going to have fire spread through your vessel and burn everything else, including your skin and all sorts of things. And we've got some fun coming up. So before you really get into this, okay, all I'm saying is wait till you get to construction side and you start hearing what I'm going to be talking about in some points there. But, the Americans were really happy with these aircraft. They were made with duralium, okay, it's duramillion. I have to remember, it's the American pronunciation of aluminium. Aluminum. Duralumon. Yeah. Why they don't call it aluminium like everyone else, I do not know, but it's aluminium. It's aluminum. And it's duralumon. It's an alloy, basically. And all sorts of things get to be used. But yeah, you're gonna love. I'm looking forward really to sharing the joy of Gold Beater skin with you all, because I think you are going to really enjoy that piece of history. I think that could cause some of you to run from this video screaming. All I can say is, don't go looking at pictures, not till we get there. It's not fair to everyone else to spoil the fun. So, the US Navy has the Bureau of Aeronautics, and how can I describe them? Well, their first two commanders are Rear Admiral Moffett, who's in charge from 1921 to 1933, sorry. The second person who takes charge is Ernest J. King. And to give you an idea about these two people, Moffett is a bit like Admiral Henderson. He not only knows who buried the bodies, why they buried bodies, and where they buried the bodies, he knows who would be most interested in making sure those bodies stayed buried, and who would be most interested in making sure those bodies came out. And he's fully prepared to use all the political knowledge he has and ability he has to get through what he needs to get done. The man is an absolute Armageddon on two legs, as far as the army is concerned. As far as the rest of the Navy is concerned, they're not really keen on him. Remember, this is the man who has single-handedly pushed US naval aviation forward. And he quite likes the idea of rigid airships. He quite likes them as a viable system. So it's Macon, like bacon. I think you're not only just running into the whole American, the fact that I kept for some reason added an R earlier, but you're also adding into the whole the two nations separated by a common language. Your linguistic trials are bringing me much joy. Thank you. Being down the aluminium road. Say it your way. Ernest King buried the bodies. Well, the thing is, and then you've got Ernest King. So this is why when people turn around to me, and do not get me started on Cook, who was the Bureau of Aeronautics till 1939. So, when people turn around to me and say, well, you know, this decision must be made due to bribery, you have Moffett, who wouldn't take a bribe. He'd use the fact you tried to bribe him to cause you more trouble. You didn't try and bribe that kind of man. It would be kind of like trying to bribe Henderson. It's a case of, oh, frigate, we just gave one of the most Machiavellian minds when it comes to political operations ammunition and proof against us. What did we do? We were trying to bribe him so we'd own him. Now he's turned that situation around and he owns us. This is not a good idea. There couldn't be a faster way of making yourself Moffett's... How do I put this politely? Which, but replace the W with another letter. Although that is kind of insulting to female dogs, but yeah, it does work in terms of common language and linguistics and understanding. In the terms of King, King is a man who's described by his own daughter as being the most even-tempered man she's ever known. He was permanently angry. Let me put it this way. If you try to bribe an angry person, what is likely to happen to you? Exactly how many floors are you likely to go flying out? Because, in my experience, and this is just me, but think about it when you've been dealing with angry people. Do they respond well to you trying to make them stop being angry by offering them bribes? I'm not talking about small children here who are throwing a tantrum for ice cream. I'm talking about properly angry adults. And more importantly, if that bribe is for something which is against their interests or inclination, it doesn't work. Yeah. But again, not saying that with my little cousins watching. And then you have Cook. It's Cook, isn't it? Why was I saying Cock? I have no idea. There is a Rear Admiral Cock around this point as well, but this was Rear Admiral Cook. How do I describe Arthur Cook? He'd apparently once got... He was basically the US Navy's answer to Patton. He had literally got into fights with people over points of honor. Yes, Black Maximus, and the trouble is no one could give him that. Basically, to give him to bribe Henderson, you need to be able to give him either no longer having to fit 14-inch guns onto the King George V's, or more tribal class destroyers, or more aircraft carriers immediately, or more cruisers and everything else. And no one could bribe him unless they were the government, and they weren't going to give him that. It's kind of like the bribe for Moffat would have been able to give him the rest of the Lexington class converted to aircraft carriers. That is the kind of bribe you would have to do to actually get Moffat on side. I don't think any of the arms manufacturers could give him that. So, in this period, the US Navy is very much not a bribable organization. In which case, the reasons they are making decisions are mostly down to the predilections of those in charge of the Bureau of Aeronautics. And this is where you have some slight issues. You have Moffat, who is trying to build up aviation and thinks aviation can do everything. He thinks with enough work, aviation can literally solve all the US Navy's problems. He is a true prophet of aviation. But he is not a Mitchell-style prophet who's prepared to disregard the rules to deliver it. No, no, no. He will win within the rules. And he does. He is far, far scarier and far, far more important to laying the groundwork for modern US aviation capabilities than Billy Mitchell ever will be. Billy Mitchell gets the press attention, gets the movies because of his daring do and his, ability to break the rules and throw things under the bus. Moffat gets things done. Should Essex have been named after Moffat? The trouble was there's already Moffat Field, and I don't think it's still there. I seem to remember it's not. I think it closed down. Moffat Federal Airfield is it's still around. It's a joint civil military airport located in Santa Clara, California. And it was used by... It's used by NASA and all sorts of things. It's still around. And is the original home base for the Macon. Moffat Field is closed. Yes, but there's also Moffat Federal Airfield. So there's a couple of there's Moffat Field. Is it still closed? Or it's currently operated by Google, but I think it is still around in some form. I'm not sure. Google's leased it, as I understand. I am just quickly checking the results. And the hangars were only restored in 2012. Still has 2 active runways, a NASA research park. So yeah, he's around and he's important. King, when he comes in, he believes that aviation can provide a decisive strike weapon. Cook, when he comes in, he believes iteration is the name of the game, not innovation. That there's already been enough innovation, you now need to iterate and improve. Towers, for his short stint, spends most of his time trying to get stuff built. He doesn't really have the chance to be either an innovator or an iterator or come up with really a new concept. He is trying to get everything built. McCain is in for less than a year. And, well, the rest is sort of wartime. So they're all kind of more building than anything. Yeah, he wouldn't have mind. Nicest way, no. You see, the thing is, he won't agree to anything till you hand him the keys to the carriers. Moffat is that type of person. You'd have to, the carriers will have been built, and you'll be going, here, come Moffat, here are the key carriers. Now, would you please consider would you please consider our proposal for this aircraft? And he'd still reserve the right to say no, because they hadn't delivered the carriers in the exact shade of grey he wanted them. He's that kind of individual to deal with. Cool, Michael Anderson. So, the Bureau of Aeronautics, and they even have, and this is what I really love, they really have their own naval aircraft factory during the earlier period, because the US Navy can't get enough aircraft orders compared to the US Army. They're not ordering enough aircraft, none of the builders seem to... So they build their own aircraft manufacturers, like they have their own yards. And I really do look at this and go, so you're telling me one of the most capitalist-orientated governments in the world, one of the most minimal spending governments in the world, the US government of 1917 built an aircraft factory to support itself because A, the private companies weren't interested, and B, they thought it would be cheaper to build the aircraft themselves because it would eliminate profit. This is what I find fun. Look, here is a small problem for governments. They're always being judged compared to businesses, and there's a real difference between a government and a business. A government is supposed to break even. Maybe put a bit away from a rainy day, but that's about it. Business is supposed to make a profit for its shareholders or people who invest in it. There's a difference in how you operate in those circumstances. But there's also different spectrums of efficiency, because one is efficiency of output in terms of profit generation, and the other one is the efficiency of spending, which is a different form of efficiency. Or when you try and actually implement it in terms of organisation. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, if you're down to the point as a government where you have a single source supplier for things, and you are their only customer, and they are the only supplier, then having that organisation being a profit-driven business is not in your interests, because they have no competition, because there aren't enough orders to keep multiple companies going, so there is no drive create competition to try to keep profits down, and you have no other options to go elsewhere to keep profits down. So you basically have created a monopoly with taxpayer money. That's not a sensible scenario. There's an airship hangar in France where you can actually go flying around inside. And this is Admiral Moffat next to, I think in that picture, it's the Shenandoah. I will check. I will always check because it's worthwhile checking. I think it's the Shenandoah's a gondola. Yes, it is. It's the Shenandoah. Yeah, it's the problem for governments. Now, Moffat was actually an interesting person because he really disliked dealing with monopolies. And most of the government and most of the ministers at the time, because of breaking up the railroad monopolies, disliked it as well. And their answer to monopolies was actually the same thing. Was, well, okay, so we have a government-owned alternative. And the reason the Naval Aircraft Factory actually lasted as long as it did, and it lasts, I think, till 1946. Let me just check that one. It lasts until 1945 in use and sold in 1946. And its peak employment was actually 13,000 workers in 1943. The thing is, the US Navy is doing this, has this, as a way of keeping monopolies honest. They have their own facilities to build ships. They have their own facilities to build aircraft. So, how much are you charging? Well, you know, the prices of this and this have gone up. Really? Captain? Yes, Admiral. You're in charge of the aircraft factory, aren't you still? Yes, Admiral. How much does it cost you to build an aircraft? Quote figure. Has the prices for duralumin gone up a lot recently? No, Admiral. Thank you. So how much were you saying again? And we're going to readjust the price. The point is, they saved a lot more money than they cost. They really did save a lot more money than they cost to operate. And that's really the advantage. And Moffat and King and all these people knew this. Because you can either have a sincere competition going, and you try to run a competition, and that actually causes problems sometimes, because sometimes the manufacturers actually try to underprice what the Naval Aircraft Factory would offer, and say they could produce it cheaper. And Curtiss is a good example of this. They try and do that on a regular basis, and pretty much every single time they fail, and their aircraft ends up more expensive. And people go, well, you know, they still got the order because of bribery or corruption. No, they didn't. They got the order because they offered the cheapest price, and because if you look at it, what does the US Navy end up doing? Holding them to the contract price. You come back later and go, we want to raise the price. Really? Why? That's not what it says in the contract. Again, things get bad when they start letting other people write the contracts for them. Blackmasters, did the Royal Navy have government-run dockyards in the 1950s? The Royal Navy had government-run dockyards right into the 1950s. They still had Royal Navy dockyards and their full British government-owned dockyard facilities for a very, very long time. It was 1987, I think. Yeah, it was not until 1987 that the last dockyards were actually privatized. Rosyth was actually fully privatized only in 1993, but that's under a very special contract. A very, very special contract. Plymouth ceased shipbuilding in 1971 and is still continued as a part private, part public organization, but heavily privatized. Portsmouth was only privatized in 1993 as well. So pretty much they were all privatized. The British dockyards were only privatized in the 1990s after the end of the Cold War, when it was considered no longer that there was a need for that wars were going to be wars of choice. Everyone pretty much looked into airships to an extent or other. Now, let's consider the concept. Now, I've already done a bit of the concept. The US Navy was looking for reconnaissance assets. They are dealing with the Pacific. And whilst the blimps are going to be useful for anti-submarine warfare in terms of spotting ships moving around, they're not really something you want to do long-range cross-Pacific crossings, etc. They're not really something you want for that. You want something bigger. You want something faster. You want something that can fly higher. And this is where the US Navy really starts to fall in love with the idea of the airship, and also the big problems for the airship. Because here's the thing. An airship has a great capacity to act like a rather large sail. It can be affected by air currents, like ships can be affected by sea currents and wind currents. And the thing about an airship is it doesn't necessarily have the advantages a ship has in terms of managing those two things. And as Seneca Nero's pointed out, not looking into airships would have been a mistake. You at least have to try the new technology. You do. Now, what were they really trying? What did they really want? Well, reconnaissance starts it out. But I'd say by the time you get to this, I would say third batch of airships, because you've got Shenandoah, then you've got the two sort of English-German ones, ZR2 and 3. And then you've got ZR4 and 5. Shenandoah is fabricated at the Naval Aircraft Factory. Final assembly did take place at Lakehurst Naval Air Station, because that was where the only hangar in the United States large enough to house that airship was located. But it was fabricated at the Naval Aircraft Factory. There were a lot of very interesting systems in place for construction. When they're looking at this, they are looking at these aircraft. For this one, they are growing in size. One of the things that's from the beginning is they're going to be aircraft carriers. They're going to have parasite aircraft. They're going to have capabilities included in them. And that means that's a fundamental difference in operation. Because from the start, there's a debate over how they're going to be used. Whether the aircraft are going to do the reconnaissance, i.e. the fixed-wing heavier-than-air aircraft, or whether the airship does the reconnaissance and the fixed-wing heavier-than-air aircraft are mentally there as bonus. Later in the year I will get into Japanese airships. I'm not getting into it at the moment because I've got a lot of work to do on some of the Japanese early aviation stuff in terms of mapping it. I've done a lot of work on their aircraft carriers and their heavier than air aviation. I would have to say their lighter than air aviation I have done less work on, because the Japanese were interesting when it comes to their approach to it. Now, the reality is, I would say from the moment you are including heavier than air aircraft into the design of your airship, it's the moment you're deciding actually taking this into range is not a very good idea. I will add another reason that shows that they are worried about taking into range later on, because some of the systems they come up with for this are really, really intriguing. And I mean truly monumentally intriguing. I'll go through everyone's airships over time. I'll do videos on each of them over time. It'll probably come up in the key aircraft series. Okay? Series 4 key aircraft will be all about airships. How about we say that? Because that's about time I should be okay to do it. Pardon me. And please note, I have eaten today, but I am mainly surviving off iron brew. Through choice, I have to admit, because I haven't managed to eat that much. So if I'm a bit... that's why. So, first off, I kept mentioning Gold Beater. And, well, before we get into this, I think I'd better sort of discuss this, because France, Germany and Britain had all used Gold Beater skin to gas-proof their gas bags, i.e. what contained their helium or hydrogen. Akron and Macon used Goodyear tire and rubber's rubberized cotton, which was heavier, but it was cheaper, and it was considered more durable. Half the gas cells actually went further and used an experimental cotton-based fabric impregnated with a gelatin latex compound. That was more expensive than the rubberized cotton, but it was even more it was lighter actually than the Gold Beater skin. And that actually ends up being what the Macon gas bags are actually made from. Yeah, they would have fitted all sorts of things on their airships, then. But here is the thing. I think there's another reason the US Navy didn't want to use Gold Beater. Gold Beater's skin is, well, you cut the gut of an oxen, i.e. cattle, usually, out, soak it in a dilute solution of potassium hydroxide, wash it, stretch it, beat it flat and thin, and then treat it with further chemicals, to prevent putrefaction, of course. And to make a pack of 1,000 pieces of Gold Beater skins requires the gut of about 400 oxen, and that is a 1-inch thick piece. Most systems allow you to beat up to 120 sheets of well, how'd I put this? You then add gold leaf. So once you've taken that animal intestine skin, you then stick sheets of gold between it and you beat it in. And up to 120 sheets of gold, laminated with Gold Beater skin, can be beaten at the same time. And this makes the skin very thin and elastic, and it doesn't tear. It can be very very, very thin and very secure. Now, please note, this particular material has in history been used for hygrometers, and hygroscopic systems. It's been used. Well, Alexander Graham Bell used the drum of goldbeater's skin for his invention of telephone. They use it for all sorts of interesting things to try and do various things to do with the Mount Vesuvius, but it was basically used to try and unscroll, and read the Herculean papyri, which are buried in hardened carbonized lumps by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. It was an attempt in 1754, that one was. It's been used as a part of an apparatus to measure the inflammation of chloroform. But more importantly, it was always used by the Royal Corps of Engineers to do with their creating balloons for the British Army. And the British Army actually had a monopoly on this until about 1912, when the Germans decided to adopt the material as well for their Zeppelins. The typical Zeppelin required 200,000 sheets. The Shenandoah had required 750,000 sheets. I'm just reading through my notes here, and it gets up to the point. Now, for those who don't realise it, goldbeater's skin was also used at certain points in the 18th and 19th centuries as the material for condoms produced in that period. Just thought you'd all like to know. Black Mushrooms. Does compressed helium offer more lift than uncompressed helium per cubic feet, excluding the material holding them? Honestly, don't know the answer. Would have to go look it up. Don't know the answer off my head. That's a very much a scientist. I will do a quick test. It requires a significant amount of pressure to compress helium. So whilst it's possible, it would make it would be very, very difficult. So probably actually systems to compress it would actually cause you more trouble than using it normally, and normally makes it lighter. It helps. And as said, compressing does make it more dense, which would actually potentially make it heavier and less lifting ability. The whole point is you probably want less helium if you can in the space. Akron or Macon do not negate the low displacement of any of your ships, Dan Freeman. Vacuum dirigibles will be interesting, and I do agree they would implode. Because that would be the lightest of anything, having nothing in there. So, let's consider her vitals. And this is her under construction, which I consider quite cool. That is the Duralumin skeleton structure. So, crew was 60. Length, roughly 239 meters. Diameter, roughly 40 meters. And please note, I'm saying roughly because, again, these systems tend to bulge and stretch and all sorts of things as they heat up and cool down, depending on where they are and what kind of relationship they have with the sun at that particular point. And because of the way the material and things work, it's worthwhile to say it's roughly, it's not going to be exactly, but it's going to be within the region of that. Gross weight was roughly 182 tons. Useful lift was roughly 83 tons. Rather useful. Power plant, 8 Maypac 6s. V12 water-cooled engines, which powered... They were inside the inside the system, and they had a two-bladed fixed-pitch rotatable wooden propellers that they powered from inside by a system of, well, shafts. Maximum speed, theoretically 73 knots, which is really quite good compared to a conventional aircraft carrier, but fairly slow compared to most actual aircraft. Even in this period, it is a bit on the slow side. A bit. Hopefully I managed to mute myself in time then. Pardon me. Cruising speed was 43 knots. Range was 9,190 nautical miles. At roughly 50 miles an hour. Or about 43 knots. At the cruising speed, so. I definitely say that, I've written that already. Armament. 8.3 caliber guns, machine guns, 0.3 inch caliber machine guns. And aircraft, 5 Curtiss F9C Sparrowhawks. Usually be 2 consolidated N2Y1s or 2 Waco XJW1s, but they are far more rarely carried. And so airships like this don't have a stall speed, 96831, like a fixed-wing aircraft. Remember, they're not relying on their speed for their lift. So they could be doing 0 knots. And they're not necessarily... They're not going to stall in a conventional sense. They are still going to get blown by the wind. They are still going to get wafted along. So the thing is, there's no sort of stall scenario. Okay? Not in the same way we would think about it in terms of a heavier than air aircraft. It's an interesting system. It truly is. And yeah, they have all sorts of interesting other things within their construction. The chief designer, Carl Ornstein, managed to dispense with internal cruciform structures which have been used by Zeppelins to support the fins of the aircraft. Instead, they were cantilevered and mounted entirely externally to the main structure. This is because of the strength of the duralumin. They had 3 keels, okay? And you can sort of see this if you look at the structure. They have one running along the top, and the others are roughly 2 along roughly 45 degrees off from the center line. So you think about it, what you have is you have a 90-degree gap between your 2 lower keels, which run along roughly supporting your engines, roughly in the aircraft supporting your engines. and then you have the primary keel up here. So you have, instead of them having mounted them at 120 degrees from each other, they're 90 degrees between the two lower ones. And there's 130. Hang on. Let me just check the mass in my head. It goes 135 degrees on either side. They need some speed to maneuver. Yes, they do. Big Brzezinski, they do need some. And hello, Big Brzezinski. I don't think I've seen you in a while. Hope you're well. Well, that's pretty much the problem, Sean Quickly. And the problem is they do think that they can do reconnaissance. And yes, storms, it is not a bit of a storm, it needs to be quite a big storm, but they can fly over some storms, they could hopefully fly around others. If they have the right weather charts and they have enough weather reports and weather information. And they were hoping to develop it further as a concept. You have to remember again, to an extent, we're talking about the third generation. Akron and Macon are the third generation. They are lovely, but they are the third generation. They didn't really have an armory on board, I think. They probably did have a couple of weapons, but not a massive armory. They didn't really need it. You probably had guns for the pilots and maybe for the officers, but again, you don't really need them on board. What they did have was the 8, as I said, 0.3 inch caliber machine guns. And here is the other half of the equation, the Curtiss F9C Sparrowhawk. What is most associated with them? And I kid you not, this one doesn't have any wheels. It only has a centerline fuel tank, because of course it's not going to land on the ground. So it's only designed to land in the air. The rest of them do tend to go up with their wheels attached. But this one, it was felt, well, it's useless weight. Let's test it out and see if it's viable. It's launching and recovering. It's got fuel aboard its carrier, which is an airship. Now, it's a pretty cool 4th generation ZRCV. I wouldn't necessarily call that a 4th generation. It's 1970s. So I would say there's been a goodly development of technology between then and there. So I would say it's more like a 5th or a 6th generation. It's an interesting design, but again, it's something we'll get to later. Now, each keel provided a walkway running the length of the entire ship, and they are referred to as ships. The electric and telephone wiring, control cables, 110 individual fuel tanks, 44 water ballast bags, 8 engine rooms. Each engine has its own engine room, which can be maintained from inside. So that's something really good. One of the reasons they don't have the engines mounted externally to the ship, and they have the drivetrain, which of course is complicated because of angles, inside. It's because it's actually easier to maintain. You can do maintenance on the engines underway, and that matters. That makes it easier to keep it going. There are also the engines themselves, transmissions, water recovery devices are placed along the lower keels. And the water recovery system is pretty darn cool. They used, as said, helium rather than hydrogen, which also allowed the engines, another reason why the engines can be safely placed inside the hull, because if something goes wrong with an engine, if it sparks, etc., you're not going to get flame running along the length of the ship. There's also a generator room with 2 Westinghouse DC generators, powered by a 30 horsepower internal combustion engine. It was mounted forward of number 7 of the number 7 engine room. It's a fairly well-built vessel, let's be honest, and it's got space inside it. It's got this massive hangar space inside it. Think about that. Actually has a hangar. Internally, there were 12 gas cells, and that's why I've been drinking a lot of iron brew today. Because of, I keep having a weird reaction to the smells out here, so drinking more than normally, and that's probably why I'm burping, but apologies. Now, they had 12 gas cells, and they were numbered using Roman numerals from 0, which is interesting, because, let's be honest, 0 was an Arabic invention, not a Roman invention, so Roman numerals don't actually have a 0. But that's why it ran from 0 to XI, which is 11. And the total gas cells, when full, all 12 fulls, had 6,850,000 cubic feet, or 194 meters cubed of volume. This is compared to the actual volume of the hull, which was 7,400,000 cubic feet, or 209,580 meters cubed. Now, the differential, of course, is things like the hangar, things like the engine rooms, etc., systems in there, which are necessary. At a normal 95% fill, with standard purity achieved, the 180 meters cubed of gas, of helium gas, would give a gross lift capacity of, as mentioned earlier, 183 tons. And this meant when you have a total structural deadweight of 109 tons, well, you have roughly 73 tons available for fuel, lubricants, ballast, crews, supplies, and of course the aircraft and skyhook airplanes. When I say aircraft and skyhook airplanes, I mean the skyhook system, I think, is put in full load, but there's also all the systems which go along to support them. So there's the aircraft themselves and all the systems needed to support them, the fuel and other systems for them. The aircraft did carry weapons of their own. We'll get into that in a second. Now, the fact also, the other advantage of having the engines mounted the way they were, and you can't see that here, but you, I think we'll be able to see it with the next one. Yeah. The other advantage of having them here and mounted this way was that they were able to be directioned, so you could actually, in theory, have greater maneuverability. Robert, I realise you're very interested in the ZRCV, and I will get to it in a bit, as I said, but at the moment I'm trying to concentrate on presenting on the Akron. So, I know you're very keen on me getting there, but that's not the subject of today's video. So I will get to it, and I'll answer your questions at the end. And if, as you said, I'm confusing the two apparently in my mind, well, I apologise, but that's because most of my notes in front of me are about the Akron, and I will get to your note, what you're requesting in a bit. But I would say, yeah, that will be how. Okay. So, now, where was I? Oh yes, I was talking about that would allow them to really orientate to their position and help them actually provide greater maneuverability. The engines could be able to put into reverse, they could be able to fly thrust forward, aft, up or down, and that's another reason why they chose fixed pitch two-bladed wooden propellers, because that would allow them more maneuverability for swiveling. Now, they tended to try to use them as contra-rotating in a way that would stop the aircraft, stop the propellers from disturbing them each other. Because what happens when you have a propeller ahead of the other, it disturbs the air enough, it can cause issues. So the designers are aware of this, and they do try and mount the engines as such to protect them from that. However, they did have issues which caused vibration, which was noticeable mostly in this position, the aft emergency control position. In 1933, she had two of her propellers replaced by adjustable three-bladed metal propellers, which promised to help with performance and would be adopted as standard for Macon. I don't think they worked on any Skyborne tug calling camera. Now, what you might notice is there are some bands above the engines. And, well, they were designed to recover water from the engine's exhaust for buoyancy compensation. The thing was, if you are consuming fuel in flight, that reduces the airship's weight and changes the temperature of the lifting gas can also do the same. So at that point, you would normally have to release helium. Now, as I mentioned, helium was very difficult to get, very expensive, and at certain points the US Navy had so little, they were literally alternating airships because they were taking the helium out of one, putting in the other for it to take off. So they set up a water recovery system to get water from the exhaust of the engines, so that would produce a pound of ballast water for every pound of fuel burnt. This didn't achieve it in practice, but it did reduce the consumption and the amount you had to actually dissipate. They never did carry maximum fuel load and ballast because of, well, supplies and carrying the fighters, but, you know, they were trying. They were trying. There are lots of discussions over how they were planning on fixing some of their issues in terms of structural scenarios between their hangar bays. Theoretically, it was limited to 3 aircraft, one on each of the forward corner of the hangar and one in the trapeze, because the aft of the hangar had a structural girder which obstructed its sort of aftmost hangar bay's positioning, which meant it was limited to 3 aircraft in practice, 4 aircraft in theory, and 5 aircraft was what it was designed for. This is why we say 5 aircraft, though, because the girder, it was designed for 5 aircraft, and that was really what they worked out. Jacob, pound of water for pound of fuel is scientifically not really possible, is it? No, it's not, but it's a nice idea. It is kind of like feed water in reverse, yes. And let's talk about the F-9C, because the Sparrowhawk is the primary aircraft. There are others, but the primary aircraft is the F-9C. And honestly, this is started the relationship with Curtis in some regards. Now, the idea of launching aircraft from airships was actually originally developed, we have to consider this, by the British, and specifically by the Royal Navy. The idea was that you could use an airship to take fighters up to an altitude they could engage the German Zeppelins at. So you'd use the airship to get them up to that altitude. Then they'd fly off, attack the German Zeppelin, and come down to Earth. Can't think why that didn't work. Really can't think why. But the US Navy loved the idea when they got hold of it. And they started testing the concept of parasite aircraft with the USS Los Angeles, which of course was the ZR-3. It was built by Germany as part of its war operations, of course, the United States, and was interestingly used for experimental work. The Los Angeles, as I said, will be another thing for key aircraft at some point. Now, it was the success of those tests of operating that airship with aircraft that led to them going, you know what? We can take the reconnaissance idea we had for the Shenandoah and pair it with this idea, and we will have something amazing. The trouble is, you need a really good aircraft to make it amazing. The problem is, they went to Curtis with that. They wanted something which was tiny. Tiny is the good answer to it. Now, to launch and recover from the airship in flight, you have a skyhook system, which you might notice there are some pictures here thereof. Now, we can all think about flying up and hooking yourself on this ship. That's going to be an interesting scenario. You know, modern pilots think aiming a nozzle to get air-to-air refueling is difficult. Imagine aiming a hook to hang your aircraft on. I do agree to an extent it's condensed from the air and other things, but it is also supposed to be from the exhaust gases and of the fuel, Frank Belmont, to an extent. There is all sorts of... The water conversion stuff never works as well as it's supposed to. But it does provide some capabilities. Now, here's the interesting thing, and I'm going to read from my notes on this one. Now, for the hook mounted above the top wing is attached to the crossbar of a trapeze mounted on the carrier airship. To launch, the hook was engaged on the trapeze inside of the internal hangar. The trapeze would be lowered clear of the hull. This is moving airship into the slipstream, and with the engine running, the Sparrowhawk would then disengage its hook and fall away from the airship. For recovery, it would fly up underneath the airship again until it was beneath the trapeze, hook into the crossbar. The biplane's hook mounting had a guide rail to provide protection for the turning propeller. That was what you can see sticking out from the aircraft. If you look at all these aircraft, there is a rail out that sticks out above the propeller, and that's to prevent the aircraft from bashing propeller first into the trapeze and from damaging the trapeze or itself. That's the idea. and the engagement of the hook was automatic on positive contact between hook and trapeze. It regularly took more than one attempt to make a successful engagement, especially in windy conditions. But once caught, it could be hoisted by the trapeze back within the airship's hull, and the engine was only cut. So think about this, the engine is maintained operational this entire time. The engine is only cut when the aircraft passes through the hangar door. It was actually described as being easier by pilots than landing on an aircraft carrier, a ship aircraft carrier. Now, one of the reasons why they decided actually to keep their wheels on them, and occasionally took them off once they were actually in the air, in the airship, was they would act as sort of flying ballast. So the airship would take off, do its efforts to get to altitude, and then the Sparrowhawks would fly up and come aboard. And that's ballast rejoining you. Yeah, easier because you only have to judge your distance to the hook. The airship in many ways is almost more constant in its flow and position in some ways than the ship, which is rolling with the sea, is doing all that and moving, and yeah. There is some reasons for it. Also, it's not quite. It's something you can keep in sight the whole time because it's above your head. If you look in this scenario, it's above the pilot's head, so they can keep in sight the whole time. They're not crashing down onto it. But no. Now, believe it or not a lot of these aircraft are built. Literally, there are 2 prototypes and 6 actually constructed. And their specifications for operation are equally interesting. They themselves weigh, entirely full, roughly 1.25 tons. They have a single 438 horsepower Wright R975 air-cooled radial pistol engine. They have a top speed of 153.4 knots. That's 176.5 miles per hour. They have a range of 297 miles. That's 258 nautical miles. A service ceiling of 19,200 feet. And they carried 2.3-inch machine guns. Brownings. I can't remember. Sounds like the still persist with the XF-85 Goblin and B-29. It was fun. Yep. Here comes the Navy. James Cagney, Pat O'Brien, Gloria Stewart shares screen with USS Arizona and the USS Macon. It's an interesting system, it really is. And if you want to know the importance of these airships and their value to the US Navy, you can only consider who exactly is sent to commission her and launch her. Because Moffett himself had driven in the golden rivet into the main ring. Yes, they did use a golden rivet. Yes, he did drive it in. When the erection of the hull sections had begun, Charles Francis Adams, the then Secretary of the Navy, chose the name. and Assistant Secretary of Navy Ernest Lee, Jacquet? I think I'm pronouncing his surname terribly wrong. Announced it in May 1930. When she was launched, or rather floated free for the first time, who was the person they sent to launch on the 8th of August 1921? They sent Lou Henry Hoover, who was the First Lady of the United States and the wife of President Hoover. And please note, and this is according to my mum, who, as anyone who watches the channel on a regular basis knows, is a fairly good shot herself. Probably the finest shooter to ever exist in the White House, compared to Teddy Roosevelt and many others. Yes, that is her pictured there, riding side saddle with a rifle. She is possibly also the scariest resident ever of the United States White House, because, let's be honest, Teddy Roosevelt, you could probably distract with a story about a bear. Louise Hoover, you do not have that chance. You do not have that chance. And when it's launched, it actually goes off with the Secretary of Navy and Admiral Moffat aboard for a flight. You know, they have they plan a maiden flight and they take her off. Really, I think the maiden flight doesn't take place till September. She's floated free, tested, and then does that. For Mrs. Hoover was very upset to miss it. She was apparently very annoyed they didn't invite her back for it. She'd enjoyed being at launch. Very, very interesting lady. Whole other history could be written about her, honestly. She is one of those presidential wives and First Ladies of the United States who's really forgotten in history. But she did a lot of work with the Girl Scouts community, Girl Scouts of the USA. She was an incredibly good linguist. And she actually did all sorts of translations, including, I think it was a 16th century metallurgy text, Dere Metallica, which is a Roman text all about the state-of-the-art mining, refining and smelting systems, or Latin text, which had been published originally in 1556, according to my notes here. Which was based on, which also had some Roman stuff in it, which was one of the reasons why it was written in Latin. She had an interesting history. The Hoovers actually resided in China during the Boxer Rebellion, and they were at the Battle of Tientsin. And when I say they were at the battle, they were at the Battle of Tientsin. An interesting family. Now, back to this, and I'm going to expand this up because it's a cool picture. So, as said, she made her first sort of trial flights, and first flight with a maiden flight was in September. But that's not considered her maiden voyage. Her maiden voyage is November 1931. That's when she does her first long real distance flight. Operating from the Naval Air Station Lakehurst, under the command of Charles E. Rosendahl, who was the lieutenant commander in charge of her. She had been commissioned by this point, because she's commissioned in October 1931 as a Navy vessel. So this is when she becomes USS Akron. In November 1931, she cruised to Washington, D.C. On the 3rd of November, she carried 207 people aboard to demonstrate that this was to demonstrate that emergency airships could provide high-speed airlift of troops to outlying possessions, i.e. to reinforce islands. Within a few weeks, they logged over 300 hours aloft, including a 46-hour endurance flight to Mobile, Alabama, and back. Return leg coming via the Mississippi River and Ohio River because, well, you might as well do a full sightseeing tour. And this picture actually comes from the maiden voyage in November 1931. Likewise, was it Teddy that said I can either control my daughter or Teddy Roosevelt said I can something like I can either control my daughter or I can be president, but I can't do both. There are many things Teddy Roosevelt said, so that possibly sounds like something he said. He was quite supportive of his daughter and was very supportive of his whole family in doing whatever they wanted to do. One of the gunman positions for those .3 cals, I'm honestly not sure. I've been looking at the pictures for them, and I've been reading the description of it. And reading its design, and so far I think they're mostly in the control car. That would make sense for them. The trouble is, there's a lot of systems which are really, really not neat as they could be. One of the things I would say with the F-9C is it's actually built originally as a carrier aircraft, so it's built far heavier than it needs to be. And, you know, there are other issues. We will get into some of those other issues. There are lots of issues in this design. It's 96831 again, trying to rush on to the end. I'm just trying to catch up with what's going on in the chat. Just quickly before I get into the exercise. I'd say let's wait till we get to the end and then we can discuss it all together, Knight. That seems to be fair on everyone. Multi-thread chats are fun, but it's better when everyone goes together. Wouldn't you want the guns spread out to give good arcs of fire? Yes, but think about where would you put them. I was also considering there are some indentations you see along the system. And I read this book, I read other books, and trying to find actually a description of the places where the guns are has proved interesting. Has proved very interesting. It's been said they have good fields of fire, but it hasn't said where they are. Now, in January 1932, she participates in a search exercise, and this is important. Now, this is the first test of them as being reconnaissance assets, and she's actually out there without aircraft. She hasn't got a parasite aircraft with her. She is starting from the coast of North Carolina, working on the scout fleet. She heads out to the Atlantic and is assigned with the duty of tracking down destroyers which are heading for Cuba. Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, probably, but they're heading definitely for Cuba. Her duty was to locate them, shadow them, and report their movements. She left the coast of North Carolina at 07:21 hours on the morning of 10th of January. She proceeded south. Bad weather, though, prevented any sighting of the destroyers. Although they did come close at 12:40 hours, their crews sighted Akron. The Akron didn't sight them. So she curves a course around in the direction of Bahamas by late afternoon. Carrying on into the night, she changed course before midnight and proceeded southeast. At 09:08 hours on the 11th of January, she spotted the USS Raleigh and 12 destroyers. Identified them on the eastern horizon 2 minutes later, and then sighted a second group of destroyers shortly thereafter. At this point, she was released from the evaluation at 10:00 hours, with the note saying she'd achieved a qualified success. They felt it could have been an improved performance if she'd been fitted with radio detection finding equipment and had been carrying scout aircraft. She wouldn't have had the issues she had. Honestly, it gave them a very good operational capability and capable proof. And also, you have to compare this not against the aircraft of 1945, but the aircraft of 1932. Compared to them, she's doing very well. Like Maxwell's, one big advantage of the seaborne carriers is they aren't restrained by the need to use the Panama Canal or go around South America. True, but they have other issues, like mountains. Don't take this the wrong way, but if we're talking about this particular aircraft, its maximum altitude... There's the book which had the maximum altitude. One of my books around here did have an altitude limit. But I think they did have issues with some really tall mountains. I just can't find the book. Yeah. I will look that one up. For some reason, even the website seemed very, very quiet on what the maximum altitude was. I have looked it up somewhere. I think their maximum altitude was about 19,000 feet. But there again, that's weather dependent. It was about, I think it was a little bit more than 90,000 feet, which was about maximum altitude for their aircraft, for their parasite aircraft. I think it's a little bit higher than that, but not much higher. But there again, it's not just the mountains themselves, it's the currents of air around them which can cause trouble for airships. Come on, that's a cool cross-stitch pillar to have. Anyway, after this lovely exercise, well, they went into testing what's called the spy basket. And at the beginning I said there's going to be something in here which is going to make you think the people in the... give you another view on bravery in terms of going into Taranto waist deep in aviation fuel. Well, here it is. The spy basket. Now, here is the interesting thing. When they did their first test of the spy basket on the Akron, it started oscillating around the aircraft so much that at one point it was level the cupola on this side of the aircraft, and then it went right round to be leveled the cupola on this side. Yeah. Thankfully, there were no humans in it, but the whole idea was you could drop this down below the cloud layer, so the airship could stay above the clouds, and it would drop this observation pod, which looks like a crude bomb, let's be honest, through the cloud, and from there, this is the American one, this is a German one from World War I, this is an artist's impression of what they're like. From there, they would see what was going on. Now, I think for a roller coaster ride enthusiast, that would be spectacular. For someone trying to actually gather information about what was going on, I think that might be a little on the disorientating side. I'm not sure. Well, how do we feel? Do we feel it might be disorientating? Do we feel that you might be a little bit upset? That your stomach might not be working? I'm sensing there's quite a lot of the chat who would not be volunteering for this role. It actually, at one point in testing, now officially it reached as high as, it reached as high as the cupola. Okay? Some of the officers, and some sources repeat what the officers said, the officers felt it reached as high as equator on the airship. So it was actually going above the cupola, and down and up, and down and up. They reeled it in as quickly as they could. Just imagine the joy. Just imagine the joy. Now, they did add ventral stabilizing, but for some reason, they never again added it, used it. They added things to try and make it work, and they decided to never use it. Now, how long was the sky basket? Well, we have different accounts of that one. But it's supposed to be long enough, he says, to allow it to operate the other side of a cloud bank. And by the way, this photo is of the actual sky basket of the Macon being lowered down. And that being tested. Now, let's see, can we find... No. No, there's no actual listing under the actual length. It's long enough, it was judged long enough to provide... It was given enough rope. There's a phrase I have got in my notes, and I have got a question mark of actual length, because the only quote I found about the length of the cable it was on was it was long enough to provide viewership through even the thickest cloud layer. So what is that? Is that a couple of 100 feet? Is that more? I'm just... That's up to you to think, but I think if it's going to be doing that maneuver and going as high as the officers on the ship said, I would suggest that's quite a significant amount of rope. There seems to be a differential over going. That is long. Well, that's my estimate based on what I've found, because I haven't found actual quota figures for how long it was supposed to be on these particular ships. I found quotes for how long they're supposed to be on others, and that would be in fitting with them. But again, this was supposed to be for a lot of thickest cloud layer. It isn't a human bomb until the wire breaks. Macron, I've just checked Naval Source Archives. Gives Akron's maximum observed signal at 26,000 feet. Thank you. Nav Source Archives. I will... Oh, photographic history of the US Navy. That one. Cool. Rigid airships. Akron. Dave Grogan. Oh, it's even got a referential name. Oh, that I do like. Ceiling roughly 26,000 feet. Yep. It's also got a whole load of pictures I haven't found on other things. I can't use them because of well, actually, maybe I actually can use some of them. The Naval History and Heritage Command ones I can probably use. That's from 1931. I could well use that. Thank you. I hadn't found this website in all my hunting for images, so thank you. I will now mine it shamelessly for what I can actually make use of. Could it be used to take soundings when about to land? I prefer you not to use it to take soundings when about to land. This is why high-altitude balloons look saggy when taking off. They have to contain the gas over 20,000 meters in searing sunlight. Who do you hate on the cleanup squad? That's in the on oxygen height. Mm-hmm. Mammoth's highest elevation for Rocky Mountains and Sierra Nevada is below 15,000 feet. Akron would have been 10,000 foot to clear the maximum ceiling. Well, the thing is, as said, and this is my point, while she is theoretically is fine, etc., I'm not sure I'd trust it. Right. After this wonderful thing, and after this lovely testing of the spy basket, she gets back to doing some flying aircraft carrier work. And, well, in May 1932, she wanders over the coast of New Jersey with Rear Admiral George C. Day. I kid you not. His full name is George Calvin Day. And quite a lot of the Board of Inspection survey on board to test the trapeze installation, and this is it. For those of you who are thinking these pilots are really, really, really interesting personnel, look at that. And remember, you don't turn your engine off until you're inside the hangar. I'd assume the issue, pretty much, mountain navigation, you've got to have your margin of error, and as we talk about later, when the margin of error is interesting. If it was lightly loaded, yes, you could do it, but the trouble is, are you lightly loaded? Are you taking your aircraft with you? Are you taking everything else with you to go across? The question was in the scenario of a quick cross-country flight to move from the Atlantic coast to the Pacific coast. They do a coast-to-coast flight, and I'll be getting to that, and that's not really a quick flight. Anyway, so they do some full testings, and they, thanks to Lieutenant D. Ward Harrigan and Lieutenant Howard L. Young, they managed to test landing the consolidated N2Y trainer, which was designed for training pilots. The idea was you could have a training aircraft to train pilots to land into an airship. So, or rather, is it landing into an airship? Is it crashing into an airship? It's hooking onto an airship, but you're coming into it. It's a whole different phraseology to think through. And they managed to do that, and then they also did another another demonstration flight with the members of the House Committee of Naval Affairs on board, and they showed its full hooking capability. It turned out to be a really good hooker, which seems strange because the actual hook is on the aircraft, which are hooking on. That's more of the pole, but basically, you have a pole on the trapeze system, which is what comes down, and the aircraft hooks on. So realistically, the pilots were showing how they hooked poles. How good of a pole hooker they were, I'm not sure, but they do a good job, and they demonstrate it to the politicians and the admirals very happily. And the admirals and politicians are very impressed and go, "Ooh, this looks something fun and capable." Docking, maybe. Docking's probably better than hooking. They did used to run the air, as Robert Dan has pointed out. They did used to run the airship at full speed while doing it, but it was, how do I put this politely? It was still an interesting maneuver. I can understand why pilots considered it safer at the time and easier than landing on an aircraft carrier, because if you think about it, the entire time it's pretty much in your view as a pilot. Think you're flying up, and you pull the aircraft up, you can almost pull it up into the hook, well, into the bar, and hook yourself onto it. I'm not saying that, Leslie Mitchell. I'm not. But yeah, as normal, I will be on Discord later. Leslie just reminded me. But yeah, it's an interesting situation they are in. It truly is, and it works. The thing is, it's working. I myself think, in the case of Akron, she's got some issues because of where the girders are, and I'd say the trouble is these are very much first generation, and because they both have accidents, and quite severe accidents, I'll be talking about this more later, it's used by various lawmakers and various factions which are not keen on them to squash them. And the big problem is that one of those accidents takes Moffat. And King was not an ardent supporter of them, whereas Moffat was. For King, they were off the route of march. They were a nice idea, but they weren't really helpful because he didn't feel that he could sustain them forward well enough, and honestly, he only had one left when he becomes in charge of the Bureau of Aeronautics, and that's not enough. Whereas Moffat could have probably got funding for the next generation, and next generation after that, he couldn't. Hello, Wayne Knowles. Hello, New Zealand. Now, with that in mind, they decided to have some accidents. They'd already had an accident. The first accident, it had actually happened before the testing of the spy basket. You might notice I missed out something which took part in this period, which was quite a big thing. Fleet Problem 13 was supposed to have the Akron. It was supposed to have the Akron there, and it would have been interesting to have it there. Because you have a feeling, if she'd taken part in Fleet Problem 13, which is a pretty important one, it's based in Hawaii, and it's got all sorts of fleet operations, 9 battleships and 1 aircraft carrier on one side, blue versus black. The black had a modern aircraft carrier, and some fictional battleships, as well as, of course, actual cruisers and all those things. And it's a full fleet problem and the full defense and supposed to be investigation of naval aviation. And this big system was not able to be there. It just wasn't there. And considering one carrier was considered insufficient for fleet attack or area defense by the decision, and Admiral Yarnell basically goes to Hoover and says we need 6 to 8 carriers. If Akron had been there and had been useful, it might have been something the US Navy would have absolutely bounced on. So that's one of the decisive moments. And the reason she's not there, well, she's involved in an accident. The airship is being taken from a hangar. The tail came loose from the moorings. It's caught by the wind and strikes the ground. This damaged the lower fin area, which required massive repair. It also tore off several of the ground handling fittings from the main frame, necessitating, of course, their repair. In fact, Akron's not certified as airworthy again until spring. So she misses the whole of March 1932. She doesn't actually go flying until the 20th of April 1932. And in a show of support, Moffat and Adams, i.e. the Rear Admiral of Bureau Aeronautics and Secretary of Navy Adams aboard, take her out for a 9-hour flight and go off with her. Oh yes, if you'd had both Akron and Macon actually duel it out in an exercise, that would have been really good, and seeing what that produced would have been amazing. Robert Dennett, that would have been a really interesting scenario for the Navy, and that's really what they wanted. They'd invested in getting as much helium as they could, they invested in all sorts of things so they could do that, and then they weren't able to do it. Now, what did the US Navy do with this? Well, they actually invested more money in their airship program. And they built a turntable with a walking beam on tracks, powered by electric mine locomotives. They literally go for, hang on, what will work best with an airship? And they decide they want an electric engine, and they go for mine because they're quite small and yet quite powerful. And it was developed to secure the tail and turn the airship even in high winds, so it could always be pulled into its Lakehurst hangar. However, on the coast-to-coast flight, it has a rather more interesting scenario. Okay? On the coast-to-coast flight, it lands at Camp Kearney, and, well, it lands when it's quite cold, but by the time the crew started the evaluation and the movement to try and get them up the air, the helium gas was warmed by sunlight. Now, this causes a problem, because once the helium is warm, it expands. And that lightened the vessel by the equivalent of 40 tons, which is the amount of fuel spent during the transcontinental trip. Which meant Akron went from being controllable to uncontrollably light. At this point, they cut the mooring cable to avert what would have been a truly dramatic and truly destructive and probably career-ending and terminatory nose stand by the airship, so it floated upwards. Whilst most of the mooring crew released their lines, 4 did not. Now, you have all of them in terms of up here. I'm just checking the details of the image. I have the notes up here of that. The 2 views at the left show Seaman Apprentice Charles M. Coward clinging to trail line as the airship crew slowly winched him aboard. And the right is Coward on the Akron after his rescue. This shows sailors Nigel and Martin Henton and Howard Estelle holding onto the lines just after the Akron lifted off, and they literally fell to their deaths after the photograph was taken. There was a 4th man involved as well. And he was see. I haven't got his name written down. That's rude of me. I haven't got his name at all written down. I should have that. Anyway, one let go at 15 foot and he suffered a broken arm. The other three went up further. Edstall and Henton plunged to their deaths, but what happened with Carrot and how he managed to hold on was he held onto his line and secured himself to it. So basically tied himself to the line and then was hoisted aboard the airship an hour later. They then moored at Camp Caney again later that day, and then proceeded on to Somerville, California. Footage from the accident is actually used in the film Encounters with Disaster, released in 1979. Pete Dawson, what gauge for the engine? Standard mine gauge. So I think that's... From experiencing, mining gauge is narrow gauge. £3'6", mine gauge. Which is actually smaller than narrow gauge. Narrow gauge is 4'8.5". So it's actually smaller than narrow gauge. Tiny. Would the electric engines use AC or DC or AC if used? I think they use DC. I think. But that's from memory. And that's not in my notes. That's based on what mining engines normally use at a time. Which I'm not sure where I've got it from, I have to admit. Yeah, I think they use DC. It's a 3'6" engine on the side of mine. I've just literally ripped it up and checked. Narrow gauge, as said, is 4'8.5". Why do I have my notes on gauges tracked like that one? Okay. So I have looked up the actual gauge website, which if you don't know, there's a railway gauges site. And I literally filled that up on my... Rather than... My notes screen is over there. My Google Chrome screen is over here. No, hang on. My notes screen is over there. My Google Chrome screen is over here. That makes more sense. I've just realised the camera's up. Yeah, don't get me started. It's supposed to be off this side. It's the... yeah. Caramba. Anyway, so... Mining gauge are usually... Okay, minimum gauge railways are 1 foot 11.5 inches, but they were very rare. And you could find them, or 19.75 inches are in things as underground mine railways. 18-inch railways were tended to be used in Britain to serve ammunition depots, apparently World War One. But most mining railway engines you are talking about in the United States are slightly bigger than that. They're usually roughly 2 foot. That was see. This is the thing, and I wasn't expecting that question. And I looked at my notes, and my notes had up top, yeah, narrow gauge, da 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 da. But when I opened up my notes, I found that it had forgotten in the preview that there was a little arrow which said smaller than this. I love it when it does that. So I'm going to presume mining engines. I'm still tempted to go for the 3 foot 6 inches because it's going to require quite a lot of power. Maybe they get it on the 2 foot ones. It could be smaller. They could be smaller engines. I'm slightly amazed we have so many. I'm not. We do occasionally discuss railways, and I'm quite interested in. I do quite a lot on railways, but the trouble is, again, I didn't have no. I should have realised the moment I met with the Sony Film railways. I should have realised. Make sure I have my railway gauge notes there and actually ready for me to flick into. This is the thing. I learn this every single time. I have more and more notes on backup. Sometimes I'm literally having to do a search system because I have so many notes open just in case the questions we get answered. Because I like to be able to check. Sometimes I know, quite often I know things from memory, but things like gauge, which gauge is a mining gauge railway engine from the Americans in this period. You see, the thing is, when I think of mining gauge, well, I tend to think of things like the Festiniog, etc. And I'm fairly sure it's not 1 foot 11 inches, so I immediately go with what are the top and just quickly type it into my notes and see what comes up quickly and don't actually open my notes. Anyway, so the coast-to-coast flight has its own issues, basically. And that explains why it takes quite as long as it does to get across. And it does take a while for them to get across. It's just... the issues add up. But she then gets to do the West Coast flights. And for some reason, the picture I have for the West Coast flights is it over at well-known place on the west coast of the United States of America, Lower Manhattan. I basically chose that picture because it's a cool-looking picture. I did realise that it's not really appropriate to West Coast flights, but it was also happened to be, when I was hunting pictures of it, that actually showed up in the West Coast flight section of the Wikipedia page, and I went, if Wiki can get away with using that picture in that section, I can use that picture in that section. And as we all know, my main method of avoiding getting into copyright disputes on this channel is if the pictures are on Wikipedia, I can use them. Manhattan, West Coast. I know, it's a pretty picture, let's be honest. It is a pretty picture. And it also really does show how much Manhattan was a port at the time. Let's be honest, if you're looking at that, what you can see are rows and rows of quays all around Manhattan. It is a massive port. Now, basically, she was being used to show the flag, and she actually went up to the Canadian-US border and then returned south to exercise with the scouting fleet. She has fun with them. She serves as part of Green Force and attempted to locate White Force. Now, interesting enough, she was up against Vought O2U Corsair float planes, which are, well, they're basically the US Navy's biplane scout observation aircraft of the late 1920s, early 1930s. They're fairly decent. Hey, the Port of London is a real port. It's just that the actual harbour that actually works for London is nowhere near London anymore. I think it's similar to New York. Now, despite that opposition, the airship actually managed to locate the enemy forces within 22 hours of searching, which was something which a lot of the participants in the exercise decided to comment on in subsequent critiques. The aircraft hadn't managed to prevent it spotting them. However, after all this use and this action, she had to return to Sunnyvale in June 1932 for repairs and maintenance. And this meant the return journey was, well, how to put us, delayed by unfavourable weather, flying at pressure height while crossing the mountains because of issues, and she starts on the 11th of June, and she gets there on the 15th of June after what was described by many on board as a harrowing journey. But she gets there. Now, this means she doesn't take off again till July, when she's involved in the search for the Curlew, a yacht which had failed to reach port at the end of the race to Bermuda. It was later, of course, discovered safe off Nantucket, but you know, they did look. It then went off in doing some trapeze testing, and Admiral Moffat comes aboard again on the 20th of July. And what is quite fun is, on the next day, he boards her on the 20th of July. On 21st of July, he goes off in one of her N2Y1s, which takes him back to Lakehurst, because a severe storm had delayed the airship's own return to the base. So he gets off via an N2Y1. And that provides another interesting thing for these ships, these airships. Imagine them being used by an admiral to command and control a fleet from. Imagine setting it up so the admiral was the admiral in the sky watching the battle down below. I'm sure some admirals were thinking about that. I'm sure someone was thinking about blowing those airships up in that case, but you know, it was happening. Oh, we don't tend to have the cargo ships past Tower Bridge, but we still do have as I said, Port of London. That's not working. That it's basically moved downstream to Tilbury, and that's where it is. So it's Tilbury, where we now has the sort of the Port of London area. Which, for those who aren't sure, is it's in Essex. I'm quite happy we don't have these big container ships passing the Tower of London. Let's be honest, getting round the bends of the Thames to get to the Tower of London Bridge would be interesting. It was getting interesting for the vessels in the period of World War II. They weren't going that direction. They weren't really getting it. In nicest way, it started moving down in about the 19th century. The docks started moving further and further down the Thames because of the size of ships, mostly because of the size of the bends in the Thames. Yes. Now she has another accident after carrying out more trapeze testing. And she gained a new commanding officer at this point as well. Now, unfortunately, in the 22nd of August, Akron's tail fin became fouled in a beam in hangar number 1 at Lakehurst because there had been a premature order to commence towing the ship out of the mooring circle using that very lovely system which they developed to keep it safe. They did rapid repairs, and they carried out 8 more flights over the Atlantic in the last 3 months of 1932, carrying out intense work with the trapeze and F9Cs. So they're doing a lot of work, and this airship is being put through a lot of effort. The tasks undertaken included maintenance of 2 aircraft patrolling and scouting on her flanks, and it was found that during a 7-hour period on the 18th of November 1932, the airship and a trio of aircraft, because remember that beam is preventing her from operating to her full capacity, managed to search 100 miles wide, a sector 100 miles wide, which is useful. As mentioned, I've been from the Tyne to Wallsend in 20,000 ton vessel, and that was fun. We had 5 tugs. Yeah, I'm not sure if there are enough tugs to allow Britain to decide to take anything larger than it has been near the Tower of London. I think even Royal Navy warships are on a big limit. I seem to remember Albion, when she was in the, was it Bulwark, which was out the Thames a few years ago, got as far as Greenwich and no further. Now, this is the point at which she's returning to fleet and she's starting to take part in operations again. And this leads to her end. And we're going to sort of talk about it. Now, she had carried on quite a few operations, and she'd actually even made a flight over Washington, D.C. on the day Franklin Roosevelt first took his oath of office as President of the United States on the 4th of March 1933. She'd visited Panama, she'd done all sorts of things. And she'd done all those operations in March. So she is routinely operating. She is not something which is... Yes, she's had some accidents, but she's sort of experimental technology. She is considered quite viable. The Type 26 could go to Tower Bridge. I think the last vessel they let go through Tower Bridge was a Type 23. Of the largest the Royal Navy ones. I'm not sure if a Type 45 has ever docked that far in London. No Type 45 has ever docked next to HMS Belfast as far as I can tell, because there are no pictures of that, and I know the Royal Navy would have done that. HMLS New Zealand has made it, so, you know, the Dutch have been up there. There's been Type 23 frigates next to her. There have been OPVs, but I don't think a Type 45 has made it. Or rather, they haven't tried. Maybe they'll try with Type 26. Probably not. Belfast is upstream of Tower Bridge. Hi, Jack Ray. They said a Type 42 is a very different beast to a Type 45 in size and scale. Now, when Akron was lost, she again has Rear Admiral Moffat aboard. She also has his aide, Commander Henry Barton Cecil, and Commander Fred T. Berry, the commanding officer of Naval Air Station Lakehurst, and the wonderful Lieutenant Colonel Alfred F. Malmesbury, U.S. Army Reserve, who was a guest of the Admiral, not in his position as a member of the Army Reserve, but as the Vice President of Mack Trucks, who was a strong proponent of the civilian uses of rigid airships. I can't think why an admiral intent on trying to decrease the cost of his operations and increase commercial support and congressional support had such a person with him. Anyway, here is the problem. You have quite a lot of the supporters and quite a lot of knowledgeable supporters of them, of rigid airships, on an airship. There is some problems. They cast off at 1928 hours. And they soon found themselves in severe inclement weather, including fog. And this fog meant that without having had a proper briefing in terms of they hadn't actually seen what was coming in terms of meteorologically, a weather report, when they passed Barnett Light, New Jersey at 2200 hours, they didn't realize there was a huge storm behind them, or rather ahead of them. And it was, sorry, what was I saying behind? Well, it was behind them and ahead of them at the same time, actually, to extent. And it envelops them. It is probably one of the most extreme storms that would come into the Atlantic in that period. Anyway. Hi, Tim. Oh, Tim, as you're on here, I have seen you have sent me about, it's shown up in my system as about half a dozen to a dozen different comments. And don't take this the wrong way. I know I haven't replied yet, but that's because I'm trying to figure out what order they're in and what they're saying. So that could take me a while to work through. I do apologize. I'll work on that at some point. At some point tomorrow, I'll set 20 minutes aside and try and figure them all out. But I literally got it and turned on the section today and just went, I think YouTube's played merry-go-round with the comment order because this is making no sense to me. I'm sure he's saying something nice and offering something very nice, but I can't figure out what this is because I think it might have divided comments in two in some sections. So I apologize I haven't responded yet. I will get back to you, Tim. It's just, this is for Tim O'Neill, if anyone needs clarification on it. But yeah, it just, wait, I've been dealing with lawyers today. Night Sailor Front. I think I'm not getting into this, but I'm sure I just said it's one of the most violent and largest storms ever, unless I was distracted completely. In worlds with higher mana levels, one will start investigating. Yeah, in the UK, sorry, we don't have mana levels that high. This ain't happening. One of the interesting things I did find, though, and I'm not going to suggest anyone do this, but there are several sites where you can find a picture of the Phobos, which was the vessel which actually is first on the scene. However, on the wiki pages all associated with the crash, they don't have a picture of her. They always seem to have a picture of the USS Portland, which turns up later. I'm not sure who this is. I can understand maybe, but I'd have thought a picture of this would have been there as well. But my editing Wikipedia days are long, long behind me. I now have a YouTube channel. And I do my talks on this. I don't go and rewrite Wikipedia. A long, long time ago. With all those powerful people, there are conspiracies about it. Yes, there are. But honestly, the conspiracies... If you want to start a conspiracy, the conspiracy is the fact that the weather report hadn't worked and no one had informed them of what the weather was. Because there's no way you take an airship up in that scenario if you know what the weather is. If you know that. And potentially, if they hadn't had so many important people on board watching them, I do wonder if they might have made a decision to turn back. But you always have the fact of you're performing for the important people aboard. Now, it's estimated at roughly 2,200 hours. They were further enveloped in fog, with lightning and heavy rain, and it becomes extremely turbulent by 0015 hours. So it all begins to get really bad at 10 o'clock at night on the 3rd of April. And I would myself, again, I'd have hoped they'd have turned around at that point, or they'd have tried to turn, but they probably were trying to get away. And yes, I do agree, Send Penguins, editing Wikipedia makes the Augean stables look sterile and rewarding. It is fun. Leslie Mitchell, yes, it got to the West India docks. It didn't go further than the West India docks. This is the thing of where did the Type 45 get to? The West India docks, and it's a really cool place to visit. I do recommend people actually go there. But that's on the Isle of Dogs. That's Canary Wharf area. Tower Bridge is another bend, and a bit further to get to just Belfast. And also, if they usually, I have to admit, bring them to that sort of area because of the various exhibitions going on for defence reasons. So there's a lot of money to pay for them to go up there. It's not necessarily the Royal Navy paying to go up there. Other people tend to be tempted to pay for them to get there. Thank you. Okay, my scattered reply are all over because you pop up everywhere, and I'm answering one. Don't worry, Timon. I have no idea why it decided to scatter your reply everywhere. That's why I haven't responded, because it's going to take me time to figure out what the comments are, because it's about a dozen. It's split it up into about dozens. I'm sure BAP paid for the Type 45. Yeah, to get up there, yes. Paid the cost of mooring it, etc. So what happens is that roughly, again, it's roughly, but I'd say it's somewhere between 15:15, 00:15 hours, and probably 20 minutes past midnight. The Akron suddenly takes on a rapid nose-down descent and drops to 1,100 feet while still falling. At this point, they dump ballast as an emergency. This stabilizes the ship at 700 feet, and they get to climb back to roughly 1,600 feet cruising altitude. The trouble is, at this point, they then become destabilized again, because probably counterbalancing to try and stabilize against the first, they've now overcompensated because of such a dramatic drop. And they start a second violent descent. They send out landing stations to alert the crew as the ship was descending tail down. Now, nose down, tail down are pretty much the worst it can do. The lower fin struck the sea. Water entered the fin, and the stern is dragged under. The engines were continuing to pull. This is where you have a real problem, because then the Akron starts to go into a nose-high altitude, and at that point crashes into the sea, because it's got both the suction of the sea acting on it, and it's got the engines. And honestly, there's nothing they can do. They have descended at roughly 14 foot a second. If you consider if they're starting out at 1,600 foot, that gives them approximately less than 2 minutes. And for most of that time, they're not in a good position. They have just got over one massive fall. They have just managed to get themselves back to what they felt was safety, and now they're going down again. Now, she breaks up, but the thing is, the details timing-wise basically come from this ship, the Phobos, which had spotted lights descending towards the ocean at about 00:23 hours. It altered course to investigate. The captain believed he was seeing an airplane crash. They managed to pull at 00:55 hours, so this is roughly 32 minutes later. Executive Officer Lieutenant Commander Herbert V. Worley from the ship, from the wreckage. And they picked up, their boat managed to pick up 3 more men. The chief radarman, Robert Copeland, who would later die aboard the Phobos, despite receiving artificial respiration and all sorts of work from the crew. Boatswain's mate, second class Richard E. Deal, and aviation metalsmith, second class Moody E. Irwin. The German sailors also spotted another 4 or 5 men in the water. They did not know what they had chanced upon, though, until Lieutenant Commander Wiley regained conscious at about 01:25 hours, roughly a half hour after being rescued. They then combed the ocean for 5 hours in their boats, searching for survivors. The Navy sends out the J-3, a blimp, to join in the search. And there's also the Coast Guard cutter, the Tucker, arrives on the scene 0600 hours. And that takes the airship survivors and the body of Copeland on board from the Phobos. And the heavy cruiser Portland, and then the destroyer Cole, and another Coast Guard cutter, the Mojave, and the Coast Guard sloops, McDougal and Hunt, and some Coast Guard aircraft also turn up. A fishing vessel from Gloucester, Massachusetts, the Grace F, also joins up and uses her signing gear in effort to recover the bodies. Most casualties were caused by drowning. The crew hadn't been issued with life jackets. I think they did have life jackets aboard, and they hadn't been able to deploy a single life raft. They had life jackets aboard, but they hadn't been issued with them. They weren't wearing them as a standard practice. 73 were dead, and they were asked to give a brief rescue, but but there's only so much they could do. I don't necessarily think the same as Knight 6831, who's far more. That's the actual engines was the fatal error. I think I am more tempted to think that what you've got is the similar scenario as when the helium had warmed up. If we remember correctly, when the helium warmed up, it expanded, the ship suddenly went much lighter. When coupled with the loss of fuel, it went even lighter. Now, if we consider the whole water ballast system is meant to work on condensation, i.e. things cooling down, and differential, and all the other options going on, I don't think necessarily in the storm pressure that was working as it should have been. I think there are a lot of problems with taking an aircraft like this into the storm scenarios. I think there's a lot of problems with pressure variations, wind changes, and all the other things you get in major storms. I would also say there is a possibility that, to an extent, they might have found themselves stabilizing in the eye of the storm and then get swept into it. A lot of what they suggest to me feels like I don't think they ever did recover Moffat's body. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I don't think so, because they didn't recover a lot of the bodies. That there was a discussion as to whether or not they had the life jackets or not aboard. There is discussion of whether those were issued or not to people aboard. I think, considering afterwards the other airships are argued as receiving life jackets to an avert repetition of the strategy, there's also phrases which go into the lines of receiving new instructions to avert the strategy. I'm wondering if they did carry life jackets, but they were stowed because it was felt you'd have time, or if they were not carried at all. It's an interesting point of discussion. I would also say, in a storm scenario, my suspicion, from what they're describing in a fast-paced storm, I wonder if they got caught in sort of the... Well, let me just make sure I'm getting my phraseology right, because I want to make I want to get this quite correct. So I would be tempted to say they either got stuck between bands of air, or they within the storm structure, or maybe they found themselves in the eye of the storm, righted themselves, and then managed to get caught by the edge of the edge again. The storm, it's one of the things is that the roughest air, the strongest flows, and the strongest effects on pressures tend to be the initial area around the storm. Around the eye of the storm? What is it called? Brain engage. Come on. yeah, the eye wall. That tends to be the heaviest wind and the heaviest damage is where the eye wall occurs. And the area, I mean, around that's the thing. The eye wall, thank you, yeah. I know, other people have spotted as well. So I think, potentially, what happened to her, she got caught in the eye wall. I know, at which point there's nothing really they can do. But that would explain to me how quickly she changes. That she goes from being okay, sort of having trouble in the storm but not being bad, to suddenly going nose down, and then going stern. If you think about it, it's almost like she's got caught by something, and that's pushed the nose down. And then she's got up by something, and that's taken the stern down. In the way it's happening. It's far too quick. Now, yes, there are other options, and yes, human error could well play a part of it, but I also don't think human error can do that. You know, they're placing their engines, they're trying to climb to altitude. I think again, settling in at 1,600 foot is probably the problem. I would. The eye can normally be quite high up, and honestly, I think they need to get higher up. But again, big storms like this, they can span a huge area. An absolutely huge area. And that's before you consider potentially, well, this is before satellite monitoring of weather, etc. So you could have theoretically been dealing with a multi-storm scenario and not realized it. Theoretically. It's a real scenario that they could be dealing with. But yeah, that's rather a sad end, and a sad end for Moffat. I think I'll leave this topic before moving on to the next slide with the words of President Roosevelt, who I'm not sure if he agreed with them, considering I'm fairly sure one of the people who had most material on him was Moffat, but we'll leave that to one side because Moffat had material on everyone. The loss of the Akron, with a crew of gallant officers and men, is a national disaster. I grieve for the nation, and especially the wives and families of the men who are lost. Ships can be replaced, but a nation can ill afford to lose such men as Rear Admiral William A. Moffat and his shipmates, who died with him upholding to the end the finest traditions of the United States Navy. I do love that phraseology, but I think the finest traditions of the United States Navy should probably include at certain points of, if we cannot survive in that storm, let's not go into that storm. But again, that was a whole level of coordination they needed, which they didn't have going on. So, summary: is the Akron a missed opportunity? Yes. Yes, she is. It's a loss for the US Navy. Do I think they'd have been any use in a World War II scenario? See, that's an interesting thing. I don't think they'd have been really much use in a non-permissive air environment. But that doesn't mean they wouldn't have been of use in a World War II scenario. If you are, for example, wandering around the Atlantic, this could have helped close the mid-Atlantic gap. No, so what's going about the storm a realistic option technology at the time? Well, 26,000 feet, as we discussed, is a theoretical ceiling. But as said, when crossing back over the mountains, she'd had to stay in the oxygen zone. And the mountains are 15,000 feet, and that, of course, issues. So, depending on what level of... You have to remember, what damage does she receive early on in the storm? We're not really sure. The The trouble is, only 3 crew survive, and as much as the executive officer was trying to be as helpful as he could be, he was unconscious in the water and then unconscious on the ship. Unconscious on the ship for at least half an hour. That's not good. And there's only so much effort you can really put into his memory of things. As a result, you can trust it up to an extent. But that was not a good scenario for her. And you can see here the collection system for the water collection system above the engines even more clearly. I don't think those are gun positions. I don't know. Those are the strange sort of positions you can see on the thing. Could they be guns? Could you be mounting guns there? But I presume you'd mount them. There's a little pod there and a little bump there underneath the forward cupola and the reserve control position, which could well be ball turrets for machine guns. Honestly, don't know. Again, the problem was the fact they only had 2 of them, and as Bitchin has already put, if you'd built 4 or 5, they could have been interesting. And Parasite craft could have been able to chase away, perhaps catch a Condor. Yeah. There's all sorts of interesting things if you'd had enough of them. They could have been useful for sub-hunting. I think they could also have been useful in the Pacific, because, again, if you consider the wide area of the Pacific, especially once you've got air search radar, and considering the size of radar, because you think about it, one of the early problems of fitting radar onto aircraft was providing that radar with electrical power. This already comes with an electrical power generator. It already has an engine aboard with a generator. So you could have mounted a fairly decent, fairly powerful radar on something like this. And with aircraft aboard, Parasite aircraft around, it's up there searching with its radar going, we spotted you. Boom! Send down the aircraft to go and attack. There are lots of options for which they could have been useful. But there's also the reality they are rather fragile. They are. If you consider the amount of technology, the amount of skilled people you're having to put into them, the amount of resources you're having to put to maintain and keep them operational. And you look at their crash rate, you look at their damage rate, you look at the amount of the fact that the storm could wipe them out. This is a problem. Yes, blimps are produced far more, in far greater numbers, and they are used successfully for anti-submarine warfare operations to an extent. I would always say to an extent, and then in the Cold War period, as Bitron just written, they are used for radar in the early Cold War period. Airborne early warning. And the thing is, rigid, inflatable aircraft could have done that the same, but the trouble is, again, they're very big targets. I still think it could have been interesting, and I think it could have been interesting if they carried on the development, how they'd proceeded in the jet age. I think more powerful engines, better methodologies that could have been developed if they'd been really pursued in terms of making everything work more together would have been useful, and were in some extent more a stronger aircraft. But I think you also have problems if you keep pushing. And ultimately, I think that is what creates some problems for everyone, really. In terms of pushing forward, because the ZRCV, as talked about earlier, does come later on. It was designed to be able to carry 9 dive bombers. But the Roosevelt administration wanted longer range patrol aircraft, and they basically stopped it. And Roosevelt, again, if Moffett had been around, he probably got some built, but how many would he have got built? The Akron class, you're talking about building something even bigger than them to make the next generation work. And the Akron had been shown to be so big they had been problematic. They had literally got a litany of issues. And because you hadn't produced enough in the first place, because you were only producing tester generation, you hadn't got enough on the positive side of experiences to go, well, they're worth it. And that is ultimately the issue. If you are going to get investment, you need to get a reason for the investment to happen. You need to have benefits. And killing Rear Admiral Moffett is probably the worst thing they could do. It's the worst thing that could happen, because that was one of the few officers who could probably have kept pushing it through. And even if he'd eventually retired, and let's be honest, the odds of him retiring without becoming Chief of Naval Operations, because that was the only post he could go to stay in the Navy longer. Remember, he's reaching his retirement age. The only way he can stay in the Navy longer is to become CNO and get promoted. He would have wanted to stay in the Navy longer to bed in his legacy. And it's not unusual for someone of this position to go on to CNO, because King, his successor, goes on to become CNO. Yes, he does some other things in bypass, but let's be honest, Moffett has far more political connections by this point. By the time he dies, he's been in charge of it for 12 years, and he'd already picked out King as his likely successor. So even though he dies, his choice of successor still becomes in charge. If Moffett survives, things might have been different. Moffett surviving might well have supported issues, changed issues. It certainly could have led to a replacement being done. But what originally happens, of course, is Akron goes, and then Macon has an accident as well. Hello, Furry Kitten. Hello, Team Locker. I can give you a heads up now. I managed to read my gauge notes wrong when I try and quickly read them, because I hadn't had it open. But we worked out the railway gauge correctly in the end, thanks to the help of chat and me opening up my finding my railway gauge notes and opening them up properly. Dragonrod, I don't think King inherited Moffett's interesting information list. Sadly enough for King, he didn't. Possibly good for the fact of democracy surviving in the United States, King didn't. I'm not sure what's the scenario you really want. I haven't moved yet, Richards. Still packing boxes here. I'm currently surrounded by many, many boxes, and there are more boxes. There are more boxes arriving tomorrow, which are going to be used to box up. And the thing is, it would have been useful. They would have been useful, but yeah. I think Akron was certainly in a downdraft, and she fell 100 feet in a minute. Yeah. I don't think there's anything they can really do in that scenario apart from fall. Doesn't matter what their engines are doing, what everything's happening to doing. And that scenario, 96831. I think she went from one downdraft to possibly an updraft again. Look at how quickly she regained 1,600 feet. That's fairly quick. That's a fairly stable part in a storm. So that's my suggestion of it. I think it was the eye of the storm. she found herself in. Oh, so King had his own list, but it wasn't quite the same as Moffat's. Moffat's had more detail and had more people. Moffat had been running around Washington, D.C. for 12 years as a bureau chief. And had done all sorts of things before that. Moffat, if we... And I'm trying to remember... put that way. Do that. And if we go to... There is a lovely picture of him at some point in here. I think it was about there. Was it? No, was it about there? Yeah, there he is. If you look at this gentleman, is there anything, considering who he's surrounded by and what he's looking like, that makes you think that this person is not anything other than a very friendly, very genteel gentleman? Very nice gentleman. He is. He's very capable of listening, and he doesn't say anything until he wants to. And then you're in trouble. And if we go through... Bump, bump, bump. Here, this way... There's another picture of him. He's a very interesting gentleman. And a very capable leader of the Bureau of Aeronautics. No one else could have set it up or set up the US Navy's aviation quite the same as Moffat managed to achieve. I've said, Moffat is like Henderson, but slightly more... He's a political admiral in many, many ways. He's a very good admiral in other ways, in many ways, but he is massively a political admiral and very capable. Hello, Melanie. It does look like... That's the politicians in the 1930s meeting. That is literally the politicians in the 1930s getting together. That's what it looked like. I do agree, it looks like a load of gangsters. But yeah, this is them getting together. That was their style of dress. And that's what they looked like aboard and inside the main cupola. That's a good video. I hope you enjoyed that, because as I said, I don't normally do that, but I thought you might enjoy this one and find it useful. So Moffat is like someone who took the best parts of Henderson and Beatty and put them together. Henderson and Fisher. That's more what you're dealing with. Yay, Melanie. You're now off the plane without internet. Well, as you came here on the day of our carrier's commissioning and you request a favour. Yeah. There was a massive discussion over what would replace what. And yeah, Roosevelt's presidency was very much in favor of long-range maritime patrol aircraft over airships. And they did put in a limitation which said that they couldn't be more than 350 feet long. And if you consider for the ZRCV, the design which comes after the Akron class, to carry those 9 dive bombers, it would have had to be 897 feet long. So basically, the President of the United States says, you can't have a dirigible longer than 350 feet. And, well, the Akron herself had been 785 foot. So he's basically limited him to less than half the length of the Akron. There's no way they can do that. It stops it. Old history. Chatfield is killed in Britain's version of Akron's crash just when he becomes First Sea Lord. What changes? Ooh, that would be an interesting one. What would change? Well, in that period, you'd immediately want to go for a full admiral to stabilize the Royal Navy. So you've got a limited number of officers you can call on for that. Full admirals available when he becomes it in about 1930. Oh, who's it going to be? Who have they got available? They made a lot of admirals in 1927 on the retired list. I think you might have Truett. He's promoted to Admiral of the Fleet in 1934, so he's certainly senior enough. Chatfield is made a full admiral in 1930, and he's First Sea Lord 33 to 1938. So you're looking at, if you're looking at that sort of area, you're looking, Watson's retired, and Hodges is on the retired list from 1932 onwards. So I think you got Truett, because all the others are on the retired list quite early now. Field might stay in. Field had been promoted. Field is the former First Sea Lord. He's promoted to Admiral of the Fleet in 33 when he retires. So Field might stay in as First Sea Lord or return as First Sea Lord. The other option is Truett. Fuller is Second Sea Lord. I doubt he gets it. There's some fun thing about whether Sinclair could get it, because Sinclair was the director of British Naval Intelligence in 1919 and technically on the retired list from 1926. But that man is always an option. That's Kelly. I don't think it. I think honestly, if it's going to go to anyone, it's going to be between Truett and it's going to be between Truett and Field over who gets it, because they would go for, with that scenario, they go for immediately for an Admiral of the Fleet to fill the gap until they stabilize things. With Turret, there's no chance of you getting 14-inch guns through. He would threaten to resign if you did, and an Admiral of the Fleet resigning is unheard of. That would be a massive political disaster. Field is a carrier nut, believe it or not. Field is a very interesting officer. A very interesting officer. He managed to force through the abandon of the 10-year rule in 1932. And now, Field is a really interesting officer, because what he does is he gets told, no, you can't, because there's not going to be a war for 10 years. So he says, right then, I want a promise from the Foreign Office, signed by the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, that there won't be a war within 10 years in the Foreign Office's estimate in 1932. This is what I request, because otherwise I will be culpable and I will resign now, because I feel you're not allowing me to do my job properly as First Sea Lord and serve the country. And I'll immediately go to the papers with it. This is after they felt that the Invergordon mutiny had weakened the Admiralty, and so the government thought they could push things. He then does that. They cry. They basically... for some reason, the Foreign Office refuses to sign that, and so does various other people. And so he does all this work, and they refuse. That's what happens in 1932. That's why, without Field, there would have been the 10-year rule would have lasted longer, because I doubt Chatfield, who comes after him, would do the effort to get it out. And even if he did, that would be 3 years later, down the line. Is Keys available? Keys. I think it's going to be you might want Keys, but I doubt you'd get him at this point, because I don't think he's already left the service. He leaves the service in 1935, so he would be there. But the trouble is, Keys, I don't think gets it. Yeah. Oh no, he's campaigning to be a member of the House of Parliament. He's running for Portsmouth North. He'd been promoted to Admiral Fleet in May 1930. Yeah, he is being elected and doing political stuff. He's far too involved in politics for Keys to get there at that point. Let's see. Standard displacement of aircraft carriers. Yeah. Second London Naval Treaty has limit at 23,000 tons. That's the second London Naval Treaty. First London Naval Treaty, I think, has... First London Naval Treaty, I think, still leaves it at 27,000 tons from memory. But I will check that up immediately. There's a discussion going on in the chat, and so I will respond. The definition of an aircraft carrier remains, which is 27,000 tons. Yeah, aircraft carriers are 27,000 tons. That's the definition, as in the original definition. So it's Second London Naval Treaty, which includes it, which drops it from 27 down to 23,000 tons, which is the tonnage, the standard tonnage displacement of the illustrious class. I don't think on chat yesterday. Told Franking Arkra 22,000 making probably causes far less butterflies. If I remember correctly, 96831, this was a very long comment discussion which went into today. And before anyone starts critiquing him, that was based on the Stalin joining the London Naval Treaty in 1930 scenario, where the treaty tonnage was limited to 27,000 tons, and I doubted very much that anyone would get a second London Naval Treaty through. So that's the scenario he's talking about, and that's what he's talking about. But it's the first London Naval Treaty in 1930, not the 1937 one. Pardon me. So there is a discussion. Peter Dawson, the London Naval Treaty that says 23,000 tons is the second one, and that's a different scenario. That's from the things. And that was an interesting, a full interesting chat. If we, I'm not, I still, yeah. It was interesting to go through. It was interesting to go through, but it did confirm in my mindset that I have this view of, at a certain point you can't really predict the future past a certain point on that, especially in design and construction, because if things are in that scenario, you can't. People always have ideas for trying to get out of a London Naval Treaty, but the moment war starts, that's not happening. Audio quiet for everyone. I hope not, but if it has been, tell me. Will I do a key ship on the Forrestal class carriers eventually? Well, Henderson would just have the Iron build a flying aircraft refueling airship that just so happens to have the capacity to... Henderson, interesting enough, Henderson's not keen on airships, but there's a reason he's not keen on airships. Think about it from the British perspective rather than the American perspective, okay? Where is Britain operating from? Britain's operating from Europe. They're off the coast of Europe. Do you want to take one of these through the Mediterranean? No. You don't. Okay. Do you want to take it out to cover the whole Atlantic? It could work, and it could be fine for that. But that's a scenario for an Atlantic war, and let's be honest, the German Navy in 1933 is not what the German Navy will become in 1939, let alone what it'll be in 1943 in terms of submarine force. It's not what you're building your fleet around. It's nowhere near none of the capabilities that are required to build the fleet around. It's just not. The German Navy in 1933 is not. There are these people who go, they should have seen war, and the Royal Navy should have been planning for war with Germany from 1933. In 1933, the German Navy, compared to the Royal Navy in size, is an absolute joke. It is that way because of the Treaty of Versailles and has made it that way. And yes, the Germans are planning on building stuff, but you've all seen, we've talked about Plan Z before. It was, if you consider compared to the capacity of Britain to produce ships and the capacity of Germany to build ships, Britain could have produced 3 times as many ships as that in the same time period it would take the Germans to reach their Plan Z. So it would have been a pointless plan. Audio is low, but for some months from now. I don't know why. Audio is normal for me. Audio, okay. Nominal. Yeah, basically, the scenario for Britain to have airships is it doesn't work out very well in terms of the operating scenarios of what they're going to be running into. If vacuum airships became possible in the 1920s, Black Maximus, things could have been very intriguing, because theoretically a vacuum is lighter than anything else, but maintaining a vacuum would be interesting. Moves. I've got to figure out at some point why in OBS and all the others my volume is so, because I have the mic on 100%. I have this set up quite well, I think. But yeah, I'm not sure why it comes. There is a rumor or a guess that actually if you talk too loudly, YouTube makes you quiet. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe I'm on the edge of being too loud and I just managed to make it makes me quiet and that also compensates too much or something. I don't know. But could well be a rumour. A cruiser float plane could try shoot down an airship. Potentially. So this is the trouble for the British. This is why the British aren't really interested in the airship as a concept. Once Henderson's around. Henderson prefers the carrier. Henderson really does prefer a carrier. Oh, what have we got coming out tomorrow? Tomorrow, although I'm probably going to re-record it, I'm going to announce this all before I go off and have my quick comfort break, and then I'll be on Discord for a chat, if anyone wants it. But tomorrow, theoretically, although I'm going to re-record it, as said, we have got German merchant seaplane tenders. There is a version currently uploaded, which is roughly 28 minutes long, but I'm probably going to modify it and upload a new version, so it's going to change. Vamos, could Germany have tarantaed the Grand Fleet with Zeppelins in 1914-15? Nope. No, they don't have enough of them. They would have to... Nice way, if they'd built enough to be able to do that... And remember, they'd be having to drop bombs, because they don't really, you can't drop torpedoes from that height. And think about the size of bombs they're dropping. There would have been problems. And also, it probably wouldn't have worked. But also, the British would have been watching the Zeppelin build up and would have tried to respond. This is the problem. You know, the Germans build up a load, as I've said before, the Germans build up a load of something, the British are going to be responding to it. Because more often than not, the British have the Germans so heavily infiltrated with spies and information that the Germans can't really breathe without the British telling them. Sean Quigley, you mentioned in Britain's ability to outbuild Germany 3-1 against Plan Z. Was part of the Plan Z employed to stress Britain's economy as they still paid World War I debts and Germany did not? No, because honestly, the British economy is far stronger and far more integrated into the world economy than the German is. Often people focus in on raw industrial output and start going, yes, the German economy is stronger than the British economy in that period. And then you look at the sheer trade volume and the amount of goods being handled and organised by British, and the British are building already, and it's a lot cheaper for them. It's cheaper for the British to do a lot of the construction than the Germans because they don't have to build up the infrastructure to do so, because they already have the existing personnel and these things. B, the British don't have the same fights between the Royal Navy and the Army, let's say, for funds as the Germans have. In Germany, it's the Luftwaffe, it's the Army, followed by the Luftwaffe who's get the funds. In Britain, it's the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force which get the funds, and the Army's complaining. And yeah, that's it. Was there ever a battle between airships? I don't think so. Henderson was the first Rear Admiral aircraft carriers. There were successors to him, but he was the first. The recorded Discord messages were quite low in volume too. Look, don't take this the wrong way, but I am... Those are recorded on my phone. So they're a completely different recording system. So I have no idea what's going on if all this stuff is producing low. Because I don't talk quietly. You can ask Dan, if he's still in the chat. You can ask Drac. I'm not a quietly spoken person. I really am not. There was a... Yeah, Peter Dawson, don't take this the wrong way. The 1914-15 one using Zeppelins, they're not doing a Taranto... They're not using that many Zeppelins, and they're not dropping... They don't, because they don't have that many Zeppelins, and they're not dropping that many bombs. Honestly, the Zeppelin raids in World War I are... interesting. The Gopher bombings are probably more of an issue. Here's the results. This is an actual report from Major General Ferrier, who was commander of the Humber Defences. Information received at 7:25 p.m. that 2 Zeppelins were in the North Sea. I attached a copy of the important messages received during Night A. At 9:30 hours, I ordered all lights to be extinguished in Hull. At 11:47 p.m, Hendon, 6 miles from Hull, reported Zeppelin coming to Hull. And almost immediately, the engines were heard in my telephone office. My staff officer went outside the hotel and saw a Zeppelin overhead, very distinct against the clear sky, at a height estimate by him to be 3,000 feet. He saw 3 bombs dropped. As each one left the Zeppelin, the airship was clearly lifted up. He then reported to me, and I heard 5 explosions, and I saw from a window that 2 fires had started. At 12:30 a.m, Brigadier General Dixon reported several fires, one serious, which threatened Holy Trinity Church. Several casualties, but all details working very well. Paul reported that Zeppelins had passed over at 12:15 a.m, going southeast. Counted 32 bombs dropped in Hull City. So a single Zeppelin turning up drops 32 bombs. And there is no fireback, there is no anti-aircraft fire, there are no 3-inch guns, there's none of the defences that actually the Grand Fleet has at Scapa Flow. It's not the aircraft, there's not all the other things they have set up there. Remember, they have seaplane carriers up there with seaplanes. All sorts of different options, and again, if Jellicoe has learnt that airships are coming inbound towards Scapa Flow, if he learns at 7:25 hours, and they aren't going to get there for at least another 4 or 5 hours, fairly sure he can do something about it. So, yeah. Those are the Zeppelin raids. They are dramatic. They are absolutely devastating to a public which has been... Britain, war hasn't touched Britain in that period since the Napoleonic era, and even then we've talked about the Fishguard raid on this channel. We've done a whole video about the Fishguard invasion. That was not exactly a serious affair for most people in in Britain. So this is the reality. I've talked about in other videos recently as well. There is an advantage to being the nation which is supporting the war but not directly walked over by the war, and that was the case of Britain in the Napoleonic Wars, and to an extent in World War One as well. So yes, it's fun. Dan Freeman, he's not quiet. Jack Ray, Dr. Clarke, Brian Blessed. There is an equivalent going on there. Vision, Dr. Clarke is very loud. I will attest to that fact. Thank you! I am, naturally, loud. I'm loud enough that the dogs can hear me when they're outside the office, quite happily. And they come wandering along, going, we know where you are. Nice to meet everyone. I seem to remember you asked me that question in a comment, and I did respond to it, so I think I'll leave that to that side. They are terror attacks. Take care, Paul. Random. Thank you very much, everyone who's been here. What have we got coming up? As said, tomorrow is going to be German merchant seaplane tenders. Mainly because my US battleships video is being delayed, and the unbuilt US battleships video is being delayed. It's going to be coming at some point. And what's next week in terms of the aircraft? Because this week is seaplane tenders, and then next week is aircraft, and it is Key Aircraft, isn't it? Key Aircraft 2, that's the name of that slide set. And it starts off with Hans Brandenburg's W series of World War One. So I can tell you what the key ships / key aircraft for the next 3 weeks are going to be, because I've written them all. I've written them all. Yeah. The Hansa Brandenburg ones are interesting to look at because they are literally the whole idea behind aircraft carriers for the German Navy to accommodate them. Thank you, Jack Ray. So, thank you, Peter Dawson, Carl Gasberg, Mark Hartness, Stephen Richards, Phil Williams, Runon, Jack Ray, Deidre40, Ince Morrison, Jacob, and Drakenred, Leslie Mitchell, Captain Banjo, Derp Squad. Have I already said that? No, I haven't said. Penguins, Raptorat. Thank you, everyone who's been watching this evening. Thank you, Dan Freeman. Thank you, Calvin Gasberg. Thank you, Bichon. Thank you, Knight6831. Thank you, Captain Banjo. And Dave Harrison. Thank you, Duke of Etchington. Thank you, Falco. Thank you, CM McDevitt. Thank you, all the others. Melanie1640 has been on. I know she's been around chatting away with people. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Tim O'Neill. I will get back to you tomorrow on that rather large comment stream, which is just, as I said, got broken up at some point. So I will have a look at it and actually make sense of it tomorrow, because it just got broken up so much and I didn't have time today with the lawyers. Thank you, Duke of Petchington. Thank you, Blackbear Maximus. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Cody85. Thank you, everyone who's been watching. Colin Cameron, thank you. There's been a few here tonight who I haven't seen in a while, and thank you to everyone who's been here. Hope you enjoyed the video. Hope you enjoyed the live and the chat. Thank you, Furry Kitten and Teamy Locker. Hopefully I haven't missed anyone. If I have, I apologise. Thank you very much, everyone who's been here. Thank you, everyone. Sean Quigley, thank you. HMS Ford, thank you. VW Williams, thank you. Thank you, everyone who's been here. Take care. Veteran, Dr. Matt sometimes could be even louder. Look, in the nicest way, I managed to walk past you mostly through skill. And I wasn't talking at the time. I was just looking at the destroyer and going, oh, she needs help. Thank you, Ariel Taylor. Thank you, everyone. have fun. And Big Brzezinski, I knew I was someone I was forgetting. Thank you, Big Brzezinski. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Take care, and thank you. I hope you enjoyed the video. And as said, next week is conception, operation, conclusion of the Atlantic conveyor and other rapid conversions, which is going to be fun. So basically, I'm going to do things like Mac ships, etc. in one video with the Atlantic conveyor, because I think it's cool to compare them all to each other. Rapid conversions. Thank you, Malaga. Sheesh, 4 hours long.